It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 183, Let's Nuke 'Em All, with special guest Dr. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN and a real fake news update.
Okay, we are here right now, guys. Little glitching at the top. No worries. I think that was not an issue with StreamYard. I think that one was we use iMovie, and it did a little. Not only did it mess up the end of the intro, it retreated to I think it was the opening we did on last Thursday's show. So the one we had planned today, we'll save that for Thursday's show. But we always have to work with the glitches and the stuff. But here we are, and this is 100%. We got today's show locked for you guys. So if you're just joining us as your first time here, welcome. This is the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm Matt Weinglass, your host today. We're going to be bringing in Jay Scott, co-host, in a little bit. Plus, we have a very special guest today back on the show with us, Dr. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN, a medical freedom movement fighter. She's been fighting against pharma the entire last 6 years. And before that, she was one of the doctors that were on point to do the right thing and take the courageous path as opposed to the non-courageous path that we know so many more doctors did that, unfortunately, and affected negatively a lot of people, not just in this country, but around the entire planet. So we're lucky to have her back on with us today. And today's show, what we're calling it is Let's Nuke Them All. If you guys think that we're being serious, then you don't know the Homeless Left. We are just basically poking fun at this administration in the sense that just to be talking about nukes at this point in a serious way it's leaps and bounds well beyond any reality that we grew up in during the Cold War, when that was a very serious discussion. And now it's everything going on with Iran right now, we know is leaps and bounds ahead of any sort of World War III threat that we had, say, even during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like I said, the Cold War in the 80s. These are pale in comparison to this administration and the instability factor, the threats, the back and forth, that never know what's going to be tweeted out from day to day. Fortunately, and this is across the board to all of our quote unquote nemesi, or whatever we call them. These folks seem to have the patience and composure and calm needed to keep everybody alive and the planet still rotating and us still existing as a human species. So thank God, right? Thank God we're not going up against another psychotic Epstein class, pedo class, child eating nut job alliance of psychopaths like us. At least we're not doing that. And we're very, very grateful that these nemesis that we were grown up to fear, the Russias, the Chinas, the Venezuelas, the Irans, the North Koreas, they all seem to be presenting that calm that we need, and that steadiness that is needed when so much weight is on your shoulders, when you have the nuclear codes right in front of you, and you have people that you need to represent and protect, not just in your country, but the entire world population. So that's the kind of level, thank God enough others out there are doing that. And we just wish that we had the ability to do that here. So we've got a lot coming up again on the show. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN will be here. Jay Scott. We also going to get into the Kash Patel lawsuit. That's a fun one. This guy is, he's coming out strong. Fighting very strong for himself, but not for the American people as the FBI director. That's an interesting story. The IDF is smashing Jesus statues. This isn't the first time they've behaved this way, but for some reason, it's the first time that Israel is kind of half-ass condemning it a little bit, which is interesting. So we'll get into that story and a bunch of other stuff we have for you as well, including an apology from Tucker Carlson to all of the MAGA voters. And we're going to be doing a segment called, what do we call the segment? It's apologies long overdue. So that's coming up later in the show as well. So with that, I just want to make sure everybody knows how they're finding us, where they're finding us. We've had some crazy ups and downs with the YouTube channel. Rumble's been okay. It's been okay. We're not so worried about Rumble right now. It kind of has a steady growth, but this is the main channel, is the Rumble channel. We've had this for 3 years. We're coming up on our 3-year anniversary doing this show, and you guys have been with us the whole time they've been on Rumble. So we thank you guys more than anyone. Not more than anyone. We thank anybody that's been part of what we've been doing in this space. But this channel has never been taken down, never had a strike. We do know they're really big on surveillance in this space. So yeah, we know they're keeping tabs of everything we do. And yeah, go for it. Keep doing that. We're going to keep doing the show. Hopefully we'll get some more uptick on that Rumble link, which we usually do. We usually do throughout, scattered throughout the day. And we're going to be here, you guys. We're going to be here this afternoon for the next 4 or 5 hours. We try not to go past the 5-hour mark, but we're here with you guys, covering all the day's news and all the week stuff, and trying to make sense of this chaotic world we're living in. This is the YouTube channel that we had to start the second channel because the first one got terminated. We got the letter from Google. They told us our conversations, our dialogue, our words were violence. They were what? They were too dangerous for the community. The community we had to keep safe. And the way you keep people safe, as we know, is stop conversations, right? Unplug people's ability to communicate, to share, to converse, to debate. Yeah, all of those, as we know, are very, very dangerous because we are all fragile little glass figures that if we hear one opinion that's different from our tribe, then we're going to self-destruct and our glass is going to shatter and we're going to be in a million pieces and you can't put that back together. So it's very important that you guys keep your ears shut and don't listen to anything that anybody says, especially right here on this channel, because we're going to challenge the things that were told to you. We're going to challenge the things that the tribe that you come from conditioned you to believe, conditioned you that you needed to check in with that tribe in order to get your opinion of the day's happenings and the feelings that you're supposed to feel from the day's happenings. Now you might say, Matt, well, I don't need to check in with my tribe. I know what to think. I know what to feel. I do it on my own. Really? What you're just admitting is that you got so conditioned that you don't actually need to check in all the time. You just kind of know. You're so programmed. And when I say you, I don't mean people, in the space with, I mean anybody that might not want to watch this show. You might send a link to them for what we're doing and say, hey, check out the show, check out what's going on in this space. And they might be like, oh, hell no, that's going against what we're supposed to be doing. What are we supposed to be doing? Oh, we're supposed to be beating the other team. We have to make sure they lose, we win. So we can't, if we start calling out our own team for anything, that's bad. So you got to keep your mouth shut, stay in line. But understand this, they've been giving you those conditioning mechanisms that's been conditioned into you from the beginning. And we're here to deprogram ourselves from that conditioning, where we can actually use our critical thinking skills. We don't have to check in. And like I said, even if you feel like, oh, I knew that feeling, I didn't need to check in with them, but you're still, you're way too aligned with that thing. You got to get out. If you're on the Dem side, if it wasn't enough that you had a demented president for 4 years, you had how many different primaries that we didn't get to actually vote and choose and select a candidate, whether it's Bernie Sanders in 2016, whether it's Joe Biden in 2020, Kamala cackling Harris in 2024. Have you had enough of them hand selecting for you? Have you had enough of them telling you what to feel? Whether it's Build Back Better, whether it's, oh, don't forget Bernie, we're going to take on the establishment. Oh, wait, never mind, vote for Hillary. And they did it again. We're going to take on the establishment again. Part 2. Never mind. Vote for my friend Biden. Build Back Better. And then what happened with Kamala? Joy, joy, joy. Huh? Again, emotions. You're being told that. I swear, you guys, Nobody woke up 100 days before the election and said, I feel joy about Kamala. They told people to feel that, and that's what they put out there into the universe. I feel joyful. So we're not going to do that again, especially now with the MAGA tribe, which is exactly the same as what? As the Dem tribe. It's exactly the same. They're each able to call out the other one, but they're not able to look into the mirror and see that they behave exactly like a cult, exactly like a tribe, exactly without their ability to reason, to critical think, and to hold the people accountable that you elected, for crying out freaking loud. So we're going to start doing that, take a step back from the whole mechanism, and just be in this space. It's called the homeless left for us because we happen to be homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else, the right, the middle, the down, the up, the upside down. It don't matter. We're going to all be homeless together in this non-tribal space because we are no longer tribalists. We are non-tribal critical thinkers, and conspiracy theorists have now been proven right so many times that we're just, what are we now? Conspiracy fact. There was actually a term one of our viewers put out. I'm going to remember it later, but we're no longer conspiracy theorists. And if you call us a conspiracy theorist, that's fine. We take that as a badge of honor because we're actually looking into things. Okay. I think we've had, I think we're ready to get started here. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the first story of the week. The first story of the week, we always like to do a real fake news update. That's how we start off Tuesday. So we're just grabbing the right banner here. Okay, here we go, guys. Time for that real fake news. Here we do. Let's go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Today, we're going to talk about a very, very serious issue, and it's called anti-Semitism. And it's really, really, really bad these days. In fact, it's so bad that it's gotten kind of violent. And when I talk about violence, I mean, well, you're not allowed to tell jokes anymore, okay? So jokes are off limits. You're not just going to get a slap on the wrist if you make a joke about Netanyahu and all of the terrorism that Israel is conducting, all of the bombs they're dropping on all of their neighboring countries, not just turning Palestine into a parking lot, not just ethnic cleansing Lebanon, all of the attacks in Syria, Yemen, everywhere around, and not to mention the West Bank and seizing all the land, taking it for, taking what's not yours and bombing more people and murdering more people. And not to mention how they're treating what they call prisoners, which are really hostages, and they're raping and killing and executing them as well, and laughing and gloating about it. You're not allowed to make any jokes, because what happens if you make jokes? Well, you get arrested. And that's if you're even a college campus student. So here is what happened in Florida. Check it out.
Unfortunate, because I'm assuming she's a senior and going to graduate soon, and now this is going to jeopardize her ability to graduate.
A 23-year-old FIU student charged with a felony over messages she wrote in a school group chat. Gabriela Saldana facing a judge Thursday morning. According to her arrest report, this went down in a WhatsApp group chat of about 215 students, where students were discussing an event that was to take place Friday at the Ocean Bank Convocation Center on campus to make their capstone presentations. An FIU police officer read some of the statements in court.
The exact words utilized was, "There's going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Convocation Center, and it's going to be at Jonathan's fault," one of the members in the chat.
7 News obtaining some bits of that chat. It seemed the student wanted the event rescheduled and wrote, quote, "Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop some bonbons for us capstone students in Ocean Bank Convention Center." Other students wrote they didn't take that text lightly. She later in the chat wrote, quote, "I wrote a dumb joke that should not have been made."
I can understand your position, Ms. Corey, and you're saying this is a joke, but to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough for probable cause. I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
So we have a major problem here, because this isn't just about being reprimanded by your fellow classmates, by your professor, even a situation of being suspended or expelled. All of those are suspect and obviously something you would fight back against. We're talking about this girl being in handcuffs right here in an orange jumpsuit in front of a judge saying, this is just normal protocol. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is 100% a violation of human rights. So this is something that is a new precedent set where you can't even make jokes, as maybe not appropriate as it might be. Certainly is not illegal, and you should not be in handcuffs for it. Just to clarify the actual tweet itself, this is, or it's in the WhatsApp chat. So you might think this is in bad taste. You might think she might need some reparation, be reprimanded by her college. That's a debate to be had. I don't necessarily agree, but to take something like this and turn it into a crime that you are going to be arrested for doesn't really make sense at all. And people are responding accordingly. Is this a joke? A Florida college student was just arrested for making a Netanyahu joke in a WhatsApp group chat. A joke. WhatsApp message. First day came for the journalists, then the protesters, now the group chats. So that's where we are now. So I would say in this sense, how would the mainstream respond to this, where they're not going to do any sort of investigation on this? They're just telling us that this goes up for a trial, crimes committed. We'll see how it goes. But NBC is forced to have to report on this, and this is related. Watch their reaction when they have to give us the new polls regarding approval or disapproval of Israel, particularly with the Gen Z generation. Check this out.
Question here. We asked the basic one. Who do you sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? The country is dead even, 50-50.
Well, this is fascinating, but historically speaking, Steve, support for Israel has actually been higher.
Yeah, this is now much more even than it used to be, and there are two particular drivers of this. I think it's very interesting. One of them is partisan. Republicans, overwhelmingly on the Israeli side. Democrats, this is the big shift. Now, overwhelmingly 3-1 on the Palestinian side. And then the second piece of it, it's generational. It's age. Gen Z, that rising generation.
There it is. Here we go. This is the one. They're not, watch their faces. They don't really understand what's happening here.
And look at this. Across party there, 3/4 of Gen Z say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis. That's a massive sea change.
74%. Now, I wonder if that number has anything to do with these college campus incidents. I wonder, because we're talking about the Gen Z generation. They are neck high in this environment on their college campuses, where if they go out with a Free Palestine sign, they have a target on their back to be considered a terrorist or part of a terrorist organization, not just to be suspended, reprimanded, expelled, blackballed from the rest of their young adult working life when they try to go out into the world, which is hard enough right now, correct? Like, it's hard enough, but to have that, and they still do it. And the ones that don't, that probably cower because they don't want to lose, their livelihood, they're going to be part of the 74 as well, because the 74 is going to be people that go, something doesn't look right. When the media keeps giving you this garbage like what? Like this. ABC 7 reports Westchester High School under scrutiny after disturbing incident tied to student-run event flyer. Now, this is pretty funny because if you look, this is a urinal, and it's a Israeli event, student-run event, and guess where the flyer ended up? Right in a urinal. So that happens on college campuses. Funny, not funny, it happens. But to consider this, what are they going to call this thing? They're going to call this a hate crime? What? I don't know how many. I've seen a bunch of flyers when I was going to school in urinals, and it just meant somebody was, making a point that they wanted to either embarrass the person doing it, or they had a strong statement they were making against the thing, which, you could say, all right, that's inappropriate to put in a urinal. It's pretty funny, and in this case, extremely appropriate when you're talking about ways to protest, and that's one way to do it. So, what is the reaction to this? This is bad. This is George Latimer. He's the rep in that district, and he had to chime in here. I am deeply disturbed by the reports of anti-Semitic incidences, and this is Scarsdale High School. Oh my God, these reports demand a thorough investigation, and every individual responsible for putting flyers in a urinal, they must be held fully accountable. And at a time, especially now, because if it was another time, it'd be totally, we could laugh about it, but no, at this time when Jewish community is facing heightened threats, just such a threat. When you see that flyer, you just feel so unsafe when that's in that oh my God. And they deserve to feel safe when they walk into bathrooms, and you can't, if you see a flyer in a urinal, it's going to make you feel like somebody is trying to kill you. It's literally like having a gun in the back of your head is the same as seeing a flyer in a urinal. Just to be clear, guys, that's how bad it is. So places meant for learning, growth, and community. There's no student should have to walk into the classroom in fear of the next anti-Semitic act. Prejudice to any group is not welcomed here. Well, here's a hint. If you don't want to feel afraid walking into a classroom, wherever that fear's coming from, try wearing a Free Palestine t-shirt. Try if you're Jewish and you're afraid. Do you know how much you would be embraced if you said stop Israel's crimes? You'd be like, damn, that's awesome to see you do that, man. Like that if you're looking for not to feel afraid, do that. And well, then you can feel that what the protesters feel is that they're going to actually get in trouble by the school district and by future employers and by social media banning and all that stuff. That's what you should be afraid of. Not about bullying. That's actually not a thing unless you act like a psychotic Zionist ADF asshole. That's the only way you should feel like you're a target, is if you behave like these psychopaths behave. And you don't have to do that because that's your choice. It's not your culture or nationality or religion. It's your choice to behave like a effing psychopath. And that's so you don't have to do that. So just a little advice if you're Jewish, you're feeling a little afraid. So this a-hole, George Latimer, says, I will continue to advocate for an end to anti-Semitism. No, you won't, because nobody that advocates against anti-Semitism wants it to end. That's the point. But you won't. You want it. You want to be able to tweet these things. That's what keeps your money coming in. You know the drill. And we'll work towards building a community where every person feels welcome and safe. Really. Yeah. Regardless of how psychotic their Zionist supremacy mindset is. We want everyone with supremacy stuck in their minds that they're better than everyone. We want everyone to feel good and safe. White supremacists, Nazis, IDF wannabe soldiers, all of them need to feel safe with their supremacist ideas. That's what he's saying here. Oh, look at that. And there it is. George Latimer himself in a urinal with his ching AIPAC money, baby. There it is. There's the AIPAC money. So one more thought on this, because this is real fake news. Real fake news. why is the media not able to cover this honestly? We know the answer to that question. But have you noticed it's getting a little harder for them to do the thing that they like to do, which is criticize Trump, which they have a lot they can criticize him for these days. The Rachel Maddows, the Anderson Coopers, they got a lot they can really show their viewers these days about all the erratic behavior and the instability and the threatening and all the people he's murdered and the terrorist behavior of this administration. They just have to do it real carefully. And so if they're still wondering why there's 74% of the Gen Z generation are finally had enough of Israel, if they're wondering where that's coming from, it's because they see it. They see you protecting it this whole time. And even Rachel Maddow herself is incapable of getting on her show right now. She's incapable of getting on her show right now and telling us what is happening in the Iran war and how insane Trump is, putting Jared Kushner in charge of negotiating. And she can't even say the word Israel when she talks about this administration being compromised, and everybody can see it.
Well, the war seems poised to start right back up again this week, with Americans still having no real idea, no credible explanation from the president as to why he has started this war, let alone how he might end it. President Trump continues to send his son-in-law to do the talking over there. His son-in-law, who does not technically work for the U.S. government, but is nevertheless doing the negotiating in the Middle East around whatever this war is about. Now, the president says Jared always acts in America's best interest, so nothing to worry about. But does that settle all your concerns about these matters? I mean, they seem to find it not awkward at all, not embarrassing at all, that in these discussions, the person apparently leading negotiations on behalf of the United States of America, the president's son-in-law, is not being paid by the United States of America, but he is being paid by other countries in the region who definitely have their own reasons for wanting a war with Iran, even if the United States actually doesn't. He's being paid by countries that have a lot of skin in the game and have a lot of interest in war with Iran. The United States, at least the people of the United States, haven't been given a reason why we're waging this war. But, I mean, Jared's leading the talks. This was the headline in Forbes magazine last fall, quote, "How Jared Kushner's bold bets in the Middle East made him a billionaire." Well, now the people in the Middle East paying him and making him into a billionaire as of last year, they now get to, quote, negotiate with him, with this guy they're paying.
Why? Who's they? Rachel, why are you unable to say the word Israel? Why? It's excruciatingly painful to watch this when you've spent years, she spent years telling us Russia, 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 Russia. Where's that here? You can't say Russia because it makes no effing sense. Obviously, Putin has spoken up against everything we're doing in Iran. So you can't use the Russia line. But what she's doing is recycling this administration is compromised dialogue. So it's regurgitating in the minds of MS now and later viewers. It's regurgitating that familiar cadence, right? What is that familiar cadence? It's compromised administration. It's working on behest of, and it's terms like foreign nations. So she's recycling those terms that she's been using with her viewers for the past over a decade. And in this case, she can say, oh, we're reporting the news. We're reporting the problems, the concerns. The American people don't know why we're at war with Iran. And this guy's clearly compromised, but she won't say the word Israel. And I do strongly believe that and I'm not saying Gen Z's watching Rachel Maddow, but they understand the dynamics and the environment right now. It's filled with these type of lies by omission. And they're sick of it. And they're not going to, not that they were watching this show to begin with, but they understand that this is an entire arena. This mainstream media arena is not to be trusted. And they're understanding more and more that if you really want to get to the bottom of what's controlling Trump and what's controlling our government, you're going to have to go to independent sources. You're going to have to break out of the mainstream, keep people in the duopoly, keep people in the red versus blue. And that's the part that they're going to have to reckon with at some point. How this is not a sustainable news method right here. What she's doing is not sustainable because she's never had to account for the lies about Russia. She's never had to. She never will. But here we are. And make no mistake, I'm not saying like the things she's saying are true. She's just lying by omission. The American people don't know why we're doing this. Well, a lot of us, we know why, but no actual reason has been given. Jared Kushner's compromise. So those two are facts, but she will not tell you why. She will not look into it. She's not stupid. She's not being lazy. She's not going to get to it later. This is deliberate. And that's why Gen Z is had enough. And they're at 74% disapproval for Israel. And this has been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. We are rock and roll now, guys. Still want to say thanks to you guys trying to get this going on YouTube right now. Okay, great. Thank you, Citizen. Yes, YouTube permitting, and YouTube's been really weird about not letting some of our viewers post comments sometimes. And you'll super chat info about the Pope, Matt. Okay, great. Keep it coming, Citizen. Really appreciate it. And I do think yeah, guys, it looks like we're running on Twitter right now. That's good. So if you guys happen to see us on Twitter, I think we're on both of our Twitter channels right now. We're not on Facebook, but we're on our Twitter channels, Matt Weinglass and the Homeless Left on Twitter right now. Okay. Twitter X. Okay. Very cool. And let's keep it going, guys. Okay. So we're going to do our World War III update right now. We're going to get to the bottom of this nuke Iran situation. So we're going to look into that. And we're going to be covering, so that's right now. And we're going to be covering with Jay Scott later in the show. We're going to be covering the Lebanon chaos. So it's like a two-part World War III watch. But we do need to start with the Let's Nuke 'Em All story. So we'll get to that one right about now. Here we go. Oh, before I go, before we get started. This is great. Blake, I just saw your super chat. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Blake. Matt Weinglass is a courageous and fearless legend. Good man. LFG. You know what? That's very cool. I'm very humbled to hear that. And it's even makes me a little, it's hard to even read those out loud because I'm just trying to do what I do here and just try to be consistent. We just try to show up for you guys. We just try to be here and, be reliable, be dependable, do everything we can do to get the story done, get it told to you guys. And if we hit walls, if we hit tech issues, if we hit, whatever obstacles in the road, we communicate that to you. So you can count on us either showing up in person, which we're here right now, or you will hear something from us and you will have the appropriate information. So you can count on us and depend on us. I think that's important in what we do. And if what we're doing isn't resonating, then we'll know that and we'll change to a different approach. Because our approaches can change. Our work ethic, our morals and values, our principles, those I think those are things that we want to always be consistent with. And if you start changing those, changing what the angle is, then you become kind of a politician-y kind of person. So let me change my stance based on what this person says or that. And that's not honest or authentic. Changing approach at how you demonstrate those values, that is being flexible and being open to adjustments and yeah, just basic flexibility, which I think is something we're able to do, and we'll make those adjustments if needed. So we do appreciate all your guys' feedback, but we will stick to our principles no matter what the costs, and principles are only principles when they're inconvenient to apply them. So that's the moment of truth. The moment of truth is, can you put those principles into play when it's extremely hard to do? And that's a challenge we all have to face once in a while. It's easy to, when it's easy to do the principle thing, we all do it. Oh yeah, right side of history on that one. No, nothing to risk, right? But when everything is at risk, that's the moment of truth, and we all have to experience that once in a while. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and get started on World War III watch. We'll just say part 1 for now, because we're going to get to more. We're going to get to Lebanon. We're going to do Trump and the nukes first, and we'll do the Lebanon later in the show with Jay. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. We had some important information drop from Judge Knapp's show, where CIA analyst, he was, retired CIA analyst Larry Johnson, had an appearance recently. And during that appearance, he described an emergency meeting that happened over last weekend. And during that meeting, Trump tried, and this is according to Larry Johnson, Trump tried to use the nuclear codes on Iran, and he was stopped by a very particular general, and his name was Dan Kane. Let's hear it directly from retired CIA analyst Larry Johnson right now, and then we'll break it down for you guys. Here we go.
They recognize they've got some problems and got to try to deal with it. And then there was a report out that they had an emergency meeting Saturday night. And apparently, one report coming out of that meeting at the White House is that Trump wanted to use the nuclear codes. And General Dan Kane stood up and said no. He invoked his privilege as the head of the military, so to speak. It was apparently quite a blow up. There are pictures of Kane coming out of that meeting with his head down to the ground. So, there's some very, very bizarre things going on in D.C.
Well, yeah. And so that's that. Now, look, there's been a lot of pushback about this claim. A lot of people saying, well, that's not how it works. And maybe it's not. Maybe Trump can't really have that type of discussion. Maybe this guy isn't really able to go in there and stop this General Dan Kane, according to Larry Johnson here. But it is important. Like, none of us were in the room, so we don't know the 100% accuracy of this. But what we do know is how to assess Trump's behavior in recent days and the things he's been saying, that to us here at the Homeless Left, we feel that this story does actually check out. And that's just our assessment. Again, we can't see 100% facts, but let's see where you guys are on this, because let's just back up 1 month. And this is Trump discussing nukes a month ago. And this is, again, right in the middle of this fiasco, in the middle of all the murdering and the killing and the bombing and the destruction by this administration.
Volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to. But
so that's he's talking nukes. He's saying we could end this in 2 seconds. The stuff that I've been shown, that I have access to, is so unbelievable. I can't even describe to you the power I have in my hands. That with one touch of a button, I could murder every one of them. And he's tweeted this stuff out about annihilating an entire civilization. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. He's done this several times now. We have a countdown clock. Doomsday clock is counting down. And so this is the type of description he won't give us, but I've seen it. And he says, I'm going to tell you how incredible this weaponry is that we have access to, that they don't, by the way. So all this stuff about they have nukes or they're going to, no, we have them. Guess who else has them? Israel has them. Israel has over 200 nukes. This is what we've been told. Unofficially, Israel has over 200 nukes. But this type of weaponry is at his fingertips. So we do need to take this in consideration. Then, more recent, what happens? Trump is on this Fox News report. He's saying, again, another threat. If Iran doesn't sign this deal, what does he say? The whole country is going to get blown up. There's not so many weapons available that can do that, blow up an entire country. But let's hear him say it.
Isn't done, the deal that we made, then I'm going to take out their bridges and their power plants. He went on to say, if they don't sign this thing, the whole country is going to get blown up. Now, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson today held a press conference saying the Iranians have not yet agreed to talks on Tuesday and that they are currently reviewing U.S. proposals. Guys?
So there's a chance, Trey, that we have a vice president going 18 hours to Pakistan to meet with an empty room.
Yes. At this point, the Iranians say they've not yet agreed to attend these talks on Tuesday. And overnight, state media was saying the talks weren't even going to take place. The Iranians have played these games before and then ultimately showed up at the negotiating table. But this is largely considered the last chance for the Iranians. When I spoke with the president over the weekend, he was very clear. They are going to sign on the dotted line, or he's going to target their bridges and power plants.
Iranians are playing games? Really? That's what we expect from Fox News. But the games? Really? We know how every negotiation ends is with murdering the people in the room. Or if they get back on their plane to go home, they get bombed out of the sky. That's so who's playing the games? The fact that they're even reporting that Iran is even considering what the U.S. is saying. Again, Iran, and you guys know this, Iran has all the cards. We don't have any cards. So all these threats are about, you better do something. You better look at what we have to propose. And all that Fox can come up with is, wait a minute. So that's going to be a really long plane ride for the vice president. It's going to be a really, really long plane ride if no one's there. Well, if no one's there, why do you think that is? Would you go? Would you go and meet with anyone from this country's representation team? Would you? After the most atrocious track record ever imaginable is ours. We have the worst track record when it comes to any sort of negotiation with any country, not just Iran. That's our track record that we have to stand by. Anyways, but that's how Fox News does news. We already knew that. But there is one more important thing, and this is very, very recent. We're talking about a bomb shelter, particularly being built for the White House. Because one might ask, well, why? Well, when Trump doesn't want to die, right? He doesn't want to, set off World War III. And then, what? Then he's going to be a target. He'll be the first target immediately. If we send one nuke over there, just one little, the White House might be, well, he might not have to worry about that. Why? Because Power to the People tweeted this out. Trump is ranting right now on his Truth Social about the bomb shelter that's being built underneath his ballroom. Oh, the ballroom. Now it's starting to make some sense, isn't it? Why all the ballroom distraction? It's been ballroom distraction every time we need a distraction. Every time Trump needs a distraction, he talks about his ballroom. But what if they're all connected? What if it's all connected, man? What if it's all connected, right? So he did this a few weeks ago on Air Force One as well. So nice to know. And we're going to show that clip right now from Air Force One. But he's doing it on Truth Social. We didn't grab those. You guys can go. The amount of crap he tweets out on Truth Social is insane. The guy, I don't know how he has the time to do it. It's like every day, just pages and pages of shit. And he doesn't know how to do paragraph. He doesn't know how to do paragraphs changes. So he never learned that in school. So you guys know how he does the long paragraph. It's like the paragraphs are this long. But we're going to watch the clip because he's talked about this on Air Force One. So it's nice to know. Well said, power to the people. It's nice to know in the event of a nuclear war that the corrupt politicians who caused the war will all get to survive because they have their nice little ballroom dance floor underneath the dance floor bomb shelter. Here he is talking about on Air Force One.
A view of the columns as they are going to be made. They're going to be hand carved and they're beautiful. Top of the line. They'll be Corinthian, which is considered the best, most beautiful by far. Okay? What's your timeline on this thing? Timeline, so we're ahead of schedule and under budget. And all of this money, all of the money paid are paid by myself and donors. And it's all donors. There's not one dime of government money going into the ballroom. Now the military is building a big complex under the ballroom.
There it is. There it is. I know it's hard to hear. I will we'll fix that in post. We'll up the volume for when we upload the segment. Yeah. Are these reporters going to ask any follow-up on that? Why are you building that thing underground? What are you doing? No, they just let him ramble. There's no follow-up on that. But he's very proud of this because again, it's all connected, man. He has this little project going at the same time. He's threatening nuclear war, constantly threatening to annihilate an entire civilization. Pretty wild stuff. So whether or not this claim by Larry Johnson, ex-CIA analyst on Judge Knapp's show, whether or not that is true or not, just the image of it, of this guy salivating over, I got to get those nuke codes. I got to get those codes. Give them to me. Where are they? I want them. Just that image. That's a chilling image. It should send a chill down your spine that could even be discussed right now on such a prestigious network like Judge Knapp's show. That's what's happening right now. So let's I'm not saying, be fearful right now. We got to stay cool, keep calm, but we do have to, let you guys know this is where the person that is been selected as our president right now, this is where his mind's at, is total nuclear annihilation, particularly this wiping out of an entire population of this country, to wipe them out at all costs. And it seems like that's what he's going to bed dreaming at night. So let's hope somebody can stop him besides this one. And this one general that stopped him, that's a good thing. We just need more people to step up and not let this happen moving ahead, because all of humanity is affected by what's happening right now in the next few weeks here. Okay, that's World War III watch. You know what? I should tag this on. I had this left up. You guys, this had just come in. I'll tag this one on. We'll keep this one going. There's just, you probably heard about this. It's probably already gone on your feed, but this is as all of this nuclear talk and nuclear threats are going on, the protests are continuing here. The protests, not just by American citizens, the protests by American veterans. And they are being denied their First Amendment right. And it's happening right now. And mainstream doesn't want you to know about this. But right now, U.S. military veterans are occupying the Cannon Building at the Capitol as they protest U.S. war on Iran. 60 plus veterans, including disabled veterans and military family members, have been arrested in Washington, D.C. after a peaceful sit-in demanding an end to the war. that takes courage, right? Not just the veterans. And I'm seeing in the comments, we know, you could say this, I'll put this up because this utopians, you're right. Veterans, you can absolutely make a case for veterans being war criminals, the ones that should have what should you do if you're being ordered to do something that's a crime against humanity, even by ranking officer? You have a human duty to say, no, I will not do that. And that's something that a lot of them did not do. So you're very, very right about that. We've had this discussion. We've had vets on the show, right? We've talked to Colonel Aguilar, who is an active protester against the war. He's running for office right now, North Carolina, also running for office in North Carolina. We had the other veteran on as well, the one that got his arm busted, Brian McGinnis, got his arm broken by a senator. We've had that discussion with him too. You guys can go back and watch our interviews with Tony Aguilar and Brian McGinnis. And we talk about that these are people in perfect positions, right? Perfect positions to speak out and say, I was wrong. We were on the wrong side. We've seen a lot of vets speak up. A lot of stuff has gone viral on Twitter when you have these veterans from Iraq, Afghanistan, right? And they say, we were the terrorist. There was one that this woman did a few weeks back, and she's saying, I just realized I was the terrorist. And you can say, oh, well, you should have known. We knew. We didn't need 25 years to figure it out. But she's saying it out loud. And that's what all these people are doing. So I mean, we have to applaud this, not to mention the family members. The family members. I mean, this is so if you're one of the family members, do you show up? If you show up, that would be considered courageous, I think. I think showing up and doing this, knowing that look at all of them, over 60 getting arrested. Here's another shot of it.
Why are you?
And they're showing up. Why? Because they understand the circumstance we're in right now. They understand the level that has been raised so high. It's been such I would say how close we've ever been to nuclear annihilation and how obvious these war crimes are. I mean, again, we know that Iraq was obvious, that we were obviously committing war crimes back then, and Vietnam and everyone in between. We know all that. But this one is so in your face. They are saying, don't make the same mistake we made. That's what they're actually saying. And they're willing to get arrested for it. And that's what happened here. So the point is, this is happening right here, right now in DC. This is at the Capitol right now. Mainstream not telling you about it. Meanwhile, our president is I would say just poking the bear. And luckily, thank God, our nemesis, our big old nemesis Iran, is calm and collected and not doing anything totally insane. Because the only people that look like they're doing anything insane over and over, botching negotiation meetings, false flag operations, preemptive attacks, blaming it, playing the victim. It's the U.S. and Israel. We're the ones doing it over and over. And so good thing the vets are standing up right now and saying, we were wrong. Don't make the same mistake we did. That's World War III watch. Okay. I'll cut those both together because I think it was important. And I do see in the comments, we'll just throw this up after the fact. Yeah, we were on the fence on the general stopping Trump. We were also on the fence. Thanks for this. TH38 auspicious. I don't believe that nuke general stopped MBS for a minute. It could have been exaggerated. I think there was certainly a meeting on Saturday morning. That's what was said. So there was a meeting Saturday morning, and maybe there was an exaggeration of what happened in the room. But just knowing that type of power and the way Trump talks about it, I think that's the fascinating part about this. That you really haven't seen so much glee in any president. I don't think we've ever seen as much glee in the eye and salivating when talking about the power of these weapons. The power. Oh, I can feel it, baby. I can feel it. I can't even describe to you how powerful, how many people we can just kill. Like we could just wipe them out. Like you never saw so much. And if you did, if any president has had that, they hit it more, right? The Obamas, the Bushes, Clintons, they hit it more. Maybe you could see it in the eye, but they didn't come out and just say it like this. Yeah, so I think that we're on a new level of psychoticness in this administration. Okay, we are moving on. Let's go ahead just real quick. Let me throw this because I got a couple more to do before we're going to be bringing in Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. If you guys don't know or you haven't heard of her, I'm sure you have. If you watch our show, you've heard of Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. She's been on the show before, doing some excellent work in Texas for the medical freedom movement. She's one of the first that stood up against Trump when he backstabbed the MAHA movement, which happened right away on day one. He backstabbed the MAHA movement on day one. She was one of the first ones to stand up and say, this is BS, man. Where others were like, no, it takes 4 years to get anything done. Give them a chance. She didn't do that. So very much looking forward to that conversation. That's coming up soon. But we do have 2 more stories we're going to get to before Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. I'm going to set them up for us right now. So let's go ahead and jump to a 2-minute. We'll do a little 2-minute. We'll be right back. And you guys don't go anywhere, or you can go grab a drink or do whatever you got to do. And we'll see you back here. What we're going to be doing next, we have 2 stories coming up. Oh, we got the AIPAC story. That's good. Some AIPAC Dems were booed, and we're going to look into that story, the AIPAC story, and we got the Kash Patel filing the defamation suit. So those 2 stories coming up, followed by Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, and more Homeless Left coming to you guys. We'll be right back in about 2.5. See you soon. Oh, we had a little tech. There we go. Okay. Welcome back. Homeless Left, Matt Weinglass. If you guys are just joining us, you haven't missed much. We did have a couple stories up front. If you want to go back and watch those on replay, you can always go to either on our Rumble channel or our YouTube channel. We keep the lives up. We keep all of them up so you guys can go back, or you can wait till we put the segments out for you. And those segments are able to be shared on their own. They're very good conversation starters. If there's a particular topic that resonates with you, or you think resonates with a family, friend, or colleague, someone you haven't engaged with in a while, this might be an opportunity to re-engage. You send them a text, you say, hey, I was thinking of you. Check this out. Love to hear your thoughts. It might be time for that re-engagement. Who knows? Maybe they're at that time. They're ready. They're ready to take down those take off those tribal goggles and start using their critical thinking skills. And you might be the way to do that just by starting that conversation. Re-engage. Right? Extend an olive branch. These are things that we can do. We can take the higher road and do these things because it might lead to something bigger and better, especially when we get to the next election season, which is it's pretty insane. If we're going to go right back to the 2-party duopoly, red versus blue, if we're going to really go back to that, that'd be quite a shame if we don't get any third-party traction between 2024 and 2028. That'd be a real shame. Real shame. If we can't get anything going there outside of there, something we're doing is wrong. Or there's really no way that we're going to actually recover from this. Because it has to be now. How could it not? Iran war, Epstein files, Charlie Kirk, mRNA. I mean, the list is just effing long, guys. Free speech is gone. It's just the surveillance state. I mean, the list is so freaking long. But now more than ever with the Iran war, I'd say the top two right now, the Iran war and the Epstein files, that should be enough. That should be enough right here. That's what I'm saying. So let's have those conversations. I think this could be the time. This could be the time. So maybe these next couple segments we're about to do for you guys might be those ones. Might be time to have those conversations once again. So we're going to start with the AIPAC story. I think we're all queued up here. Yeah, guys, this is interesting. This is interesting. I feel like something interesting is happening in the Democratic side of things. The Democratic Party. Something interesting is happening right now in the Democratic Party, and it has to do with the public impression of these upcoming candidates running for election, running for re-election. It seems like that the people are noticing, that the Democratic voters are noticing when AIPAC is backing these candidates. Now, AIPAC has always backed these candidates, but now it seems like they're noticing, and they're noticing publicly. And the media has to report on it because these type of incidences are happening more and more often. We'll give you guys if you haven't heard, boos erupt against pro-Israel candidates at Michigan Democratic Party convention. This is something that would never have happened 8 years ago, or even 4 years ago, right? Because 4 years ago, the protests were in the street and they're being blackballed by the media, and you would never even get this, right? You wouldn't get this coverage because there was certainly eruption against pro-Israel candidates at the DNC in Chicago in 24. So even in just the last year or two, we're at this point, and it's pretty exciting to see. So here's what happened: the U.S. Rep Haley Stevens and Jordan Acker. So there were two U.S. reps that were talking to their constituents at a convention, and they were booed by party delegates in the room. The outburst illustrated the major divide between Dems and leaders' attempt to unite ahead of the 2026 midterms. Well, good job. So the 13th Democratic Party congressional chair, his name is Jonathan Kintlock, and this guy's been an advocate hater against, and I guess that's kind of a oxymoron, but a complete hater against any pro-Palestinian constituents. And he's made it very clear that he's against any free Palestine protests over the last few years. So he's the one they chose. Oh, that sounds great. Have the guy they hate the most read the nomination of these guys. So Acker was nominated. He's reading the nomination, who was the incumbent candidate for the University of Michigan region. And he had to address the boos on stage while they happened. And then he's criticized progressive Democrats for vocally opposing members of their own party, because that's what you do, right? You punch down and you go, how dare you? You can't oppose our party people. You can't hold them accountable because you're helping the other team. So he is a textbook. This guy, Jonathan Kinlock, is a textbook tribalist who likes to punch down at his own constituents. You want to hear it? Here we go. This is Jonathan Kinlock working that crowd.
And his fellow Democrats expanded the Grow Blue Guarantee health.
Oh, this is great.
We must continue to be committed to supporting Jordan Acker, because Jordan Acker is committed to a guaranteed graduate support with a degree in medicine, nursing, social work, teaching, dentistry, and for those who serve in underserved communities.
So he keeps reading out their accomplishments, but nobody wants to hear it. It's great. This is excellent.
We know Jordan Acker doesn't just talk the talk. He walked the pavement for all Democrats, up and down the ticket. He has for nearly 20 years. From day one, he stood with us. So today, I stand to nominate Jordan strong Democrat. University of Michigan Board of
And this is how we know protest is working. Because again, even just a few years ago, this would not, you would have had a few boos. Guess what would have happened? Those people would have been escorted out. So you see, this is actually working. This is a great moment right now that you have the majority of the room saying no to this. This is why people that paved the road for this, people like Jose Vega, people like Max Blumenthal, there's a whole list, and I can't even get to them all, but those two kind of stick out. We've covered them on the show where they're the only ones in the room and they get carried out, right? But now you got the whole room doing it. And then Haley Stevens, she was the second. So she also tried to control the crowd. Watch this one.
Get off the stage! You suck! Get off the stage! You suck! Get off the stage! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Shame on you. Get off the stage. You suck. And this isn't just one person outbursting from one corner of the room. Back in the day when it was just one guy, right? It was just Jose Vega. It was just Max Blumenthal. No, this is the whole room doing it now. And that's great. That's actually really cool to see. And this needs to continue. This needs to not just be now. And then when we get to 2026, or I guess a few months from now, then they're all, no, now we're going to vote for the right person because we can't have those Republicans win. So we can't, that third party thing, that's not really going to happen. So let's hopefully optimistic, right? Hopefully optimistic that this continues. There is one effect we can see right now, however, and I'm happy to report this. And this is, I don't say happy to report because it's still kind of a misdirect. And what I'm talking about is this from Alan Dershowitz. This is interesting. Kind of a misdirect, but still pretty cool to see. From Shadow of Israel, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, also Israel's lawyer, just to be clear, Alan Dershowitz, he was a lifelong Democrat. So he had already ditched the Democratic Party, and he was quote unquote neutral because his priority has always been Israel. But now he just announced that he has officially switched to the Republican Party so he can stop the Democrats in order to defend the existence of Israel. So Dershowitz is now saying the Democratic Party has become too anti-Semitic and too anti-Israel. And he says, my priority is foreign policy and the defense of Israel. Here he is talking to that Mark Levin, whatever the hell his freaking Zionist name is, on his radio show. Check it out.
What are you doing these days?
Well, I'm in a converting mood. I just converted from Democrat to Republican, but I'm remaining a Jew.
Okay. Now tell us about this party conversion. What caused you finally to do this?
Well, the Democratic Party has become the most anti-Israel party in the history of the United States.
No, they haven't. Let's be absolutely clear. No, they haven't. The constituents and the Democratic voters are the most vocal we've ever seen. But they have not. No. We know Chuck Schumer and these others still run the party. We know that the last candidate for president, Joyful Kamala, cackling Kamala, she said, I'm going to do Israel harder than Trump. I'm going to maintain the genocidal policies of Joe Biden. I'm not going to change a damn thing. This is recent. This isn't in the past, dude. So but this is the misdirect, but it's awesome to see that this guy is so affected by those people, the constituents of the candidates, the actual voters, the citizens of the Democratic Party. That's what he hasn't seen before. He's not used to that. But make no mistake, the actual people in the positions of power, they haven't changed. They haven't changed at all. And when have the people in power ever worked on behalf of their constituents? Ever? Like, that's not actually a thing. So if he's really like saying, I got to defend Israel, I got to protect Israel, it really doesn't make, it still doesn't really make a difference which party. But what he's noticing, and he's saying out loud, is that the Democrats themselves, and maybe it's just because of their association with Trump, and that might be it. That might be the only reason. Who knows? I don't know. I can't get fully in the head of these people anymore, because for me, it's like, for them to be so joyful just a year and a half ago, and then now they see the Israel thing. They didn't see it when we were in the streets in Chicago, summer of 24. They didn't see that. They didn't want to. They wanted to pretend that everybody in that room was repping them, and those people outside were just annoying, and they were Trumpers. So they didn't know it. They didn't see it then. Okay, but now is it because Trump is so hardcore Israel like we've never seen? We didn't even see this in his first term, not even close. What we're seeing now, maybe that's why. And if that's why, okay, at least they're doing it. At least they're doing it. But it's like it's the Trump derangement syndrome that was the thing that did it for them. Okay, great. Alan Dershowitz notices he's signing up for the Republican Party. That is funny. It's pretty effing funny.
And it's veering, at least many of its extremists, toward anti-Semitism. And I must do everything in my power to prevent the Democrats from getting control of the House, from getting control of the Senate, and in 3 years getting control of the presidency. So everything I can do, I will do. I thought maybe if I just left the Democratic Party, that would do it. But no, I have to go whole hog, join the Republican Party, even though I disagree with some of their policies, as I'm sure you do. But my priority is on foreign policy, the defense of Israel, the defense of American patriotism and values. And
well, you just contradicted yourself. That's not defending American patriotism by putting Israel first. But okay, Alan Dershowitz. I'm sure the Democrats are going to be really sad to see you go and and join the bad guy team. But again, spoiler alert, they're all bad guys. But at least the people, the constituents, and the citizens that are still registered Democrats, at least they're being vocal now. And we've never seen that before. And I think that's a good thing. So we'll see if this actually holds up come voting time. When it's really time to put it to the test, are we going to get actual third-party candidates being voted for? Is that actually going to happen? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Couple updates here, and we're going to get to the Kash Patel story here in just a moment. Oh, we did have a Rumble rant. Yes, we did have a Rumble rant. I didn't want to forget this. I had to copy it over from Rumble. Okay, here we go. This is LT Oracle Truth. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. It is not anti-Semitic of antiseptic. It's antiseptic. It's anti-skeptic. I like it. A little wordplay there. Thanks so much for the Rumble rant, and I'll make sure we didn't miss anything else over there on our Rumble channel here, which is it's building. It's building. We like you guys over on Rumble, and we're still trying to figure out that algorithm on YouTube. Okay, I think we're gonna do the Kash story. You guys are gonna love this one. This is pretty hilarious. Okay, here we go. Next story. Oh boy, the Kash Patel story just keeps getting more and more exciting here on this the Kash soap opera days, Kash Days of Our Lives. It's pretty entertaining. So this is Kash going on Fox News just a few days ago, and he's warning people there's a lawsuit coming, and he's working on it right now. And oh boy, this is gonna blow them out of the water. He's really excited about it. Okay, here we go. Tell us about your lawsuit, Kash.
You know what? They can beat their drums and stand next to toxic waste all they want, but that doesn't make it toxic waste. And Maria, I'm happy to announce on your show that we are not going to take this laying down. You want to attack my character? Come at me. Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
So you're going to sue them?
And he's talking about the Atlantic, and we'll talk about this in a second. The Atlantic did a quote-unquote hit job smear piece on Kash Patel. Kash ain't liking it very much. So he's going to show them who's boss and with this lawsuit.
Absolutely. It's coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow you will be dropping a lawsuit against the Atlantic magazine.
Yes, I will, for defamation. And because you know what, Maria? We have to fight back against the fake news. It's one of the many things that President Trump is so successful at in leading out on, because no one is attacked as baselessly as he is and as much as he is. And our leaders that get attacked under his brilliant leadership must do the same. And I won't tolerate their attacks on me, because they are indirect attacks on the men and women of the FBI that we've cleaned up. And this historic, prolific year of crime reduction across the board is something that all Americans should be. And I know they're proud of it, because I travel across the country and they say our communities are safer than ever before. Our kids aren't dying of drug overdoses. You're stopping terrorist attacks. Maria, in December, in a 4-week span, this FBI stopped 4 terrorist attacks planned over the holiday season. 4. That's more than Joe Biden did in his 4 years. So we're going to get after the fight. And if the fake news mafia wants to, ring their drum beat as loud as they can, they're never going to stop me from completing the mission that President Trump asked me to do, which is safeguarding America. And we're doing it better than ever before.
Well, let me ask.
Are you, though? Are you really doing it better? Well, we do know one thing Kash has been very good at, and that is speediness, right? So it's all about speediness. And when he tells Fox News audience, when he tells them that he's going to get this lawsuit out tomorrow, oh, he means it, because speediness is his middle name. And here it is. It happened, guys. Newsweek says a defamation lawsuit filed by FBI Director Kash Patel. It contains multiple spelling errors with several clear typos. Oh, bro. You effed up there, man. The 19-page complaint. Oh, there's a he didn't do a spell check. What? Politickies? Is that what it is? That politickies? Oh man. But he did make his mark. He said tomorrow, so he did it in 24 hours. You guys know he loves these speediness goals, right? He says the American people what did Kash say after Charlie Kirk got assassinated by Israel? What did he say? Allegedly. Or no, I'm sorry, allegedly by a lone furry guy had the best shot ever imaginable. We know that story, the Tyler Robinson, but allegedly. What did he tell us? He said Americans want speediness. We're going to get the killer in 36 hours, and he did. However, they got the wrong guy, apparently. But hey, get the lawsuit out. It's important because we want to get to the goal. We don't want accuracy. The American people don't want accuracy. They want speediness. So if you're going to misspell politickies, then misspell politickies. We don't care. We just want you to take down the Atlantic, because the Atlantic, they did a mean thing to you, Kash, and I would be just as angry if this happened to me.
FBI Director Kash Patel has filed a defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic and its reporter Sarah Fitzpatrick after the publication of an article on Friday alleging the director had a drinking problem that could pose a threat to national security. The magazine's story, initially titled "Kash Patel's Erratic Behavior Could Cost Him His Job," cited more than 24 anonymous sources expressing concern at Patel's conspicuous inebriation and unexplained absences. That
what inebriation? What? Well, I'm sure they're just making that up, right? That can't be true. That can't be true. That's got to be the defamation part, right? The 250 million defamation, right? Because if there was actual video proof of that, then Kash Patel wouldn't have a case, right? Darn. No, dude. Okay. Well, he's just holding the beer, right? He's not gonna. Yeah, it's just team camaraderie. It's not a big deal. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, nothing incriminating. It's all good. It's all good. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong.
Alarmed officials at the FBI and the Department of Justice. The Atlantic titled the piece "The FBI Director is MIA" in its online version, which also reported that during Patel's tenure, the FBI had to reschedule early meetings as a result of his alcohol-fueled nights, and that Patel is often away or unreachable, delaying time-sensitive decisions needed to advance investigations. In the Atlantic story, the White House, the Department of Justice, and Patel denied the allegations. The article included a statement from the FBI attributed to Patel, quote, "Print it, all false. I'll see you in court. Bring your checkbook." Patel is now seeking $250 million in damages. In an interview with Reuters, Patel said, quote, "The Atlantic story is a lie," adding, "They were given the truth before they published, and they chose to print falsehoods anyway." The Atlantic said in a statement that it stands by its reporting and will vigorously defend the organization and its journalists against what it called a meritless lawsuit.
So, do you guys think that because the Atlantic is doing this lawsuit, I'm sorry, that they're having this lawsuit against them? Do you think it's because they're challenging something here that Kash Patel's doing? No, that's not actually why. There's a reason they're doing the lawsuit, and the reason is because they don't want. There's a consensus that Kash isn't doing the job well. It's not a consensus that he's gone too far at protecting a certain foreign neighbor, closest ally of our entire, of the planet. That's not what is happening here. They're looking to replace him because he's not doing a good job at bullshitting anymore. Just like Pam Bondi, just like Kristi Noem, they're not doing a good job at bullshitting anymore. That's what this is about. And if you look a little deeper, you know that the Atlantic is run by pedo-protecting Zionists. So don't get your hopes up. But the Atlantic has told us that child sex trafficking is a conspiracy. They told us this. And that is the owner of the Atlantic, Zionist on the left. She's the owner. Who is she sitting next to? Oh, shoot. That looks like Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah. So Atlantic is in bed with all the pedos, all pedo protectors and Zionists, 100%. So this isn't some bold case that they're going to be fighting back against Kash Patel's crazy ass lawsuit. They're also guilty, but what they're doing is they're positioning Kash Patel to be replaced. That's what they're doing. And Kash doesn't want to go out without a fight. But Kash is breaking. He is losing his ability to keep it together. He certainly seems to have a drinking problem, and he certainly seems to have a honeypot girlfriend problem, and he certainly seems to have a I'm going to go on podcasts and not talk about stuff and not get to the bottom of stuff problem, not getting to the bottom of anything to do with Epstein, not getting to the bottom with anything to do with Charlie Kirk. And we know that. We've been following that the whole time. So he can't even present that he's working on stuff. He goes and he's distracted by all of his, honeypot girlfriend and partying and drinking and not showing up. So he's probably out. That's the next thing that's going to happen. But let's not give a cheers to the Atlantic, because they are also fake news, as he mentions, but not for the reason he's talking about. They're fake because they all do the same thing that Kash Patel's FBI does, which Trump's entire team does, which our entire U.S. government does. What they do is they protect the war mongering, psychopath, imperialist, child pedo, child eating class, Epstein class. That's what they do. They're all in on it together. But it'll be interesting to see this lawsuit play out. Anyways, but make no mistake, this isn't some big fight that the Atlantic is taking on as far as truth and justice and free press. Don't hold your breath on that one. Okay, before we move on, and I'm just going to tag this on the end because we did find this. This is pretty appropriate to play right now. This is pretty appropriate. If you guys didn't, this one just dropped. So you guys know the Lego videos that have been coming out, the Iran Lego videos. This one is very appropriate right now because we just showed you guys the Kash Patel segment and lawsuit going on. They did not hold any punches at the Lego AI team because they are ready to put this out today. So this is fresh right now, guys. So guys, check this one out. We'll see you guys back here in a few. We're going to have Jay Scott on doing some stories with us. And we're going to be bringing in at the top of the hour, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. Don't go anywhere. Here's a little Kash Patel Lego video for you guys. We'll see you soon.
Patel! Crazy eyes! Let's go! Kash, 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 Patel! Crazy eyes! Let's go! Kash Patel, crazy eyes, Epstein files, cover up lies, Trump name redacted, Congress stonewalled. Swore you drop him, but you crawled. Charlie Kirk shot, wrong guy in cuffs, we got him. Oops, total bust. Olympics hockey locker room champ, FBI jet to Milan, you absolute tramp. My side honeypot, girlfriend trap, Alexis Wilkins, Israel clap back. Iran hacks your Gmail, pics go viral, family shots and hockey spiral. Drinking blackouts, paranoid freakouts. Am I fired? Meltdowns, what a leak out, purging the pros, installing the bros, private jets for the shows. Everybody knows we didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. But when you're done, Kash, the whole bureau's burning. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't start the fire, but Kash, you're the one who's torching the whole damn thing. Atlantic expose, drunken MIA, misbriefings, hangover day, paranoid rant, IT glitch freak. Wake me up, the bureau's weak. Five Eye Summit, diva demands, jet skis and soccer, ally slam, taxpayer right for your Nashville gig, SWAT for the singer, what a rig! Fake gold medal beer with the team, see you in Valhalla dream. Selfie signing, small man flex, loyalty dance, competence wrecked, Epstein still sealed, names concealed, Iran got your ghost, your covers peeled. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. But when you're done, Kash, the whole bureau's burning. Kash is burning down the FBI. Crazy eyes, crazy lies. We didn't start the fire.
Okay, we're back, guys. Let me just move a couple things around. I just wanted to make sure we were all set. We should be bringing Jay Scott in just a bit here, and we will have, I said to you guys earlier, we will have Dr. Mary Talley Bowden on here right at the top of the hour. So let's do this for right now, because I think we got it. We're like 1 minute early here. We're going to bring Jay in here in just a moment. Thank you guys all for tuning in, by the way. The Homeless Love, this is a place that we can feel that we are not compromised, right? I want that. That's kind of the sentiment here, that you come in here and you understand that we are truly in an independent space, a free thinking space, where we are able to consistently challenge the imperialist machine, challenge the U.S. Israel Zionist machine, challenge big pharma, challenge the censorship industrial complex, challenge the technocracy, PayPal mafia boys, challenge the propaganda from the mainstream media who's pretended to be doing journalism all these years when all they were doing was propaganda and defending the powerful, defending the Epstein class. We're here to challenge all of it and be consistent when we do that from this independent space. So it's also not just enough to say we are calling out the problem. We are pulling the curtain back. We're going to say, aha, we gotcha. And we're not just ending that there. We're not just saying that's it. Okay, next story. We're telling you guys that we can do something about it. We can get into activism mode. We can show up. We can protest. We can disrupt. I love the disruption we've seen. The disruption is when you make an impact beyond just writing a sign, signing a petition, or being in a space. You get loud. You disrupt. You disrupt a candidate, like we saw with the AIPAC candidates in Michigan getting booed by their constituents. These are important tools we can do, and we can use the information we get here and we talk about here and we engage with you guys, and we can use that to engage with others around us too. So it's not just anti-establishment. It's not just a space for anti-establishment journalism. It's a space for anti-establishment activism, and we merge the two together right here. And we're not the only ones doing it. We know there's others as well, and so we are fortunate and we feel privileged to be in a space like this, and we're able to do that. So it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Okay, let me make sure we got all of the comments, the super chats. Oh, there are some more. You know what? We do have some more. A couple more super chats I'll throw up before we bring Jay Scott in. Good. Thank you for this, citizen. One, certified that John Paul II was Jeffrey's roommate. Man, these roommate connections. This is some crazy stuff. These roommates, man, they always end up in the same room together. It's so weird. It's so weird. Two, Trump's half right. Prevost became Leo 14th after the 13th. The one who stood up was, and I'm not getting C caps. I'm not getting all of your reference here, citizen. But appreciate the commentary. Always appreciate the commentary. You bring us here. And no, look, Jake GTV. We do play Jake GTV. I know you just saw the Lego. We just played you guys the Lego Kash Patel video, which was awesome. So yeah, man, we'll get some more Jake GTV. You guys know he was on the show with us a few weeks ago. We got that excellent interview. We shared that out. It's on both our channels. This dude does excellent work, so we appreciate the suggestion there, citizen, and we'll certainly get more of his work on there. Yeah, and we did do the Dershowitz one. We did do the Dershowitz one for the segment with Kash Patel, citizen. We certainly did. Oh, this is interesting. Watch Wilkins' body language. She loathes Kash. Yeah, that's interesting. Always look at body language. I like that a lot. Always look at the body language. All right, let's see if we got any more of the Rumble rants. Oh, we're good. We're good on Rumble. Okay. Is Jay ready to come in? I don't know if he is. But we'll set up for this anyways. Let's see. Here's what we have coming up. We have Dr. Mary Talley Bowden be coming in here in a moment. We have what else do we have here? We're going to be doing some more World War III watch. Lebanon, there are some Israeli homes being moved into. It's so bad. It's so bad, guys. There's like they're posting on their social media. They're cooking meals in people's homes that don't belong to them. Of course, we got the Israeli soldiers smashing the head of a Christ statue, and they're doing some damage control on that right now. We're going to get into that story. That's insane. It's the IDF is investigating itself. It's insane. And Jay Scott has a Russia story for us, which is we totally missed. So that's going to be a good one. Russia warns Finland. It's pretty interesting how the Ukraine-Russia stuff kind of got put aside for a little while. So that's something we definitely stay up on. And then I said earlier, we are going to get to the Tucker Carlson apology, and I'm only doing air quotes because we got to understand the full context of what happened there, and it's definitely an interesting story enough to cover. So we'll get to that later. But for now, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host for today. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday.
Hey, Jay.
Little bit jumbled up today, but we got the show together. So good news though, only jumbled up because we got some good news at the last second. So looking forward to speaking with Dr. Mary and finding out more about all the good stuff she's been up to. It's not too often we get this much good news, like packed in with one guest. Although you set the bar pretty high with Brian McGinnis, like a week or two ago, but Dr. Mary's been doing some really great work, so I'm super excited to speak with her.
Oh, absolutely. And again, like Jay just said, we have these are these last minute adjustments that are all for good reasons to be able to get Dr. Mary Talley Bowden back on the show. We're obviously going to make all accommodations to make this happen because these conversations are so important. And we were just talking, Jay, right before we brought you in, we were just talking about the combination of what we do in this space is we're not just doing the punching up and the anti-establishment journalism. We're doing anti-establishment activism too. So we're merging the two together. And what better person to have in to do that with? And that's Dr. Mary, who doesn't just talk about it, tweet about it. She fights, like actively fights against it. And so that's why these are the most important conversations, I think. Right, because it's not enough just to reveal what's behind the curtain. You gotta then what do we do next?
Exactly. If not, you're just scaring the crap out of people and not showing them that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So and that's one thing I noticed about a lot of these X spaces. They do a great job actually pointing out a lot of the corruption happening, and I do learn a lot when I tune into some of those. But it's usually they never spent any time talking about the solutions. It's just like constant complaining. And to be honest with you, even a lot of podcasts, fall into that trap too. So, part of it is human nature, spend a little bit more time complaining than actually solving your thing you're complaining about. So you got to make sure you're proactive with it. And when there's so much happening to complain about, sometimes you can get lost in the mix and not realize you can't focus just on that because, I'm a believer, in the connectiveness between human consciousness and reality. And I truly do believe where we put our attention matters. So, we got to focus on some good solutions too, to keep the good energy going. So
sure.
Because something tells me our stable genius in chief, he might not have every single solution worked out. So we got to take things into our own hands a little bit.
Yeah, we certainly do. So do we have a ETA on the doctor here?
I had mentioned, it starts at 4 p.m. our time, so she may be running a little bit behind. Maybe we can do one of the stories while we wait on her to pop in, or what do you think?
Yeah, just as long as we do. Does she have a hard out or anything? Did you? I just don't want to be in the middle of one and then but I don't know. Your call. What do you think? Because we can certainly go on to Lebanon right now if you want to do that. But it's
let me see if she responded again yet. I know I had mentioned to her, reminded her of the time earlier. She responded to that. I would say, let me see if she DM'd me here. She said her computer is frozen and she's rebooting. So she should be clocking in right now. So.
Okay. Now I was noticing, yeah, the Lebanon story is a big one, so we don't want to get caught off on that. But maybe
Go ahead.
if you get something from her that she needs a little cushion more, we can do the Russia story if you want to do that. But
yeah, I'm going to tell her maybe to come in 10 minutes to give us time to do that Russia story.
Okay, because that's a quick
one real fast. So
that's good. Okay, great. I'll set that up here. And guys, if you're just joining us, this is the homeless left. This is where we take it to the streets, guys. We're not just pulling the curtain back on Zionist. We're the anti-Zionists. We're not just pulling the curtain back on the establishment nefarious behavior, all of the illegal wars, all of the imperialism, all the stealing of other people's lands and resources, all of the mainstream propaganda, the divide and conquer, which they've been doing the divide and conquer on us the whole way. We're not just calling it out. We're doing something about it. We're giving you guys, hopefully we're giving you guys tools enough where you can do something about it. You're not just grabbing the bowl of popcorn and kicking back and being entertained or edutained. You guys know the term edutainment. It's bigger than that, because give you guys some food for thought and a little emotional high and low, and then you go back to your day. No, we don't go back to our day without at least with the intention of doing something about the information that we're sharing with you, that we're giving you. That's what this is about. So we're gonna continue to give you guys those tools. And if Jay, if you think this is a good idea, we can start right now or you just give me the cue and we can certainly start on the Russia story.
Let's jump right in. I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll pass it to you if you want to lead this in. I got the first screen ready to go here.
Perfect. So we've been focusing a lot, justifiably so, on what's been happening in the Persian Gulf recently, but a lot of people forget that there is a really bad war happening right now between Ukraine and Russia, which is really a proxy war, in between NATO and Russia. And what we've seen over the past week, I would say, is an intensification of the rhetoric that's been coming from Moscow. And I think it's something that we should pay attention to and also to put into context, because if left to the mainstream media, the way they're going to cover this story is, look, the big bad wolf is exactly who we said it was, instead of actually taking a look at the overall situation to see if we can figure out why Russia is changing its tone at this point in time. So, with that being said, we have the Russian, I believe he's the defense minister, Mr. Shoigu, has been warning Finland, along with the Baltic states, that it's going to invoke its right to the UN Charter 51 of self-defense if things continue on the same path, then it's essentially putting those states on notice that they are at risk of being retaliated against. So for those who don't understand, this side of warfare, part of being a country means you get to decide who uses your airspace. Now, companies may decide to ignore you, if they have that much power and go against your wishes, but you can tell another country, do not use my airspace to engage in this war. And right now, those countries along the Russian border have been allowing Ukraine to hit into territory that is pre-2014 Russia. So not Crimea, not any of these disputed regions. These border countries are allowing Ukraine to shoot missiles and drones deep into Russian territory. And because of that, they've been causing the loss of a lot of civilian infrastructure. And they even made an attempt on Putin's life back in December that our intelligence agencies deny. But obviously, we know what happened, and without getting too much off track, the real answer is they did try to assassinate Putin in the middle of negotiations, which is a pattern we've seen, with how we negotiate. So Putin and Russia overall, are both getting pretty tired about with these negotiations that aren't really making any substantial progress. And at this point, they're essentially warning NATO, if you guys continue on this path, you risk like retaliation and this war spreading beyond Ukraine. And I think one of the reasons they're doing it at this point in time is because on the front lines, so many Ukrainian men have died now that their actual ground forces are getting lower and lower. So Europe has two options. Well, three options. It can deport all the Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing death back to Ukraine, which is something they're floating right now. They can send their own troops to go die in Ukraine, which is something they've been, trying to figure out how to do for a while. Or they can step up this drone warfare and essentially just be a pain, like in Russia's side. So chances are, at one point or another, they may attempt all three of those things. I really hope they don't send in their own ground forces, but we can't rule it out. But the easiest one right now is for them to continually increase their drone warfare. So these the drones are flying through the Eastern European airspace in these countries that the defense minister just mentioned, in order to attack Russia. So he's warning NATO, hey, you're losing. We know you're losing. We know what your next step is going to be. It's to increase this warfare on us, this drone warfare on us. And we're letting you know that we're tired of it. This war, there's no way you're winning this war. And if you allow Ukraine to use your airspace, you were party to this war. We've been playing nice all this time, and we've been pretending not to see it, even though according to the UN, if you let someone use your airspace to execute a war, then you're a party to the war. So they've been ignoring it.
Yes.
They've been ignoring it all this time.
So now they're also Russia's MFA spokesperson. She also spoke up here about Germany. Obviously, Germany is even more guilty at working with Ukraine. If you want to tell us what's going on here, she's calling this out. This is a new
exactly. So this is a spokesperson from the defense ministry in Germany, and she's announcing the signature of a new agreement that they just came to. And if you go to the next slide, I broke down in detail essentially how this has been escalated to the next level. But long story short, before this agreement, the cooperation between Germany and Ukraine was mostly on a one-off basis. And as of April 2014, German-Ukrainian strategic partnership and they announced a strategic partnership declaration and 4 billion euro defense pact. And this is going to formalize a long-term alliance between them. It frames Russia as a shared threat and deepens military-industrial integration while signaling Germany's shift from a major donor to co-producer and strategic partner, bolstering Ukraine's resilience, accelerating EU integration, and strengthening European security beyond ad hoc aid. So no more of these one-off stuff. Germany is now in a formal alliance with Ukraine against Russia, which obviously brings up bad memories for Russians because of what happened in World War II, where they actually lost the most soldiers trying to defeat the Nazis. So in the West, we frame it a lot as we beat the Nazis, but when you look at the death count, when you look at the damage done, a lot of people point out Russia did actually a lot of the heavy lifting there. So, Russia is letting the world know, that they're not going to stand by and watch this escalation happen. The more these European countries double down on, making Russia a threat, the more Russia's going to prepare itself to, essentially answer. Because by declaring Russia a threat that you have to prepare for, the only way you can do that is if you develop some offensive and defensive capability yourself. So we're kind of locked in the escalatory spiral in Europe, if that makes sense. So and I know we have Dr. Mary waiting. So really quick, just to wrap this up. Before this agreement that Germany just signed with Ukraine, it was mostly one-off grants and deliveries. And after this agreement, there's a sustained co-production that will be happening between Ukraine and Germany. There's going to be a large tech transfer and integrated capabilities for higher volume production and self-reliance. So, this is really formalizing their relationship with Ukraine, and it takes the world in a scary direction, in my opinion. And because we're so distracted with Israel and Iran, not as many people are paying attention to what's happening over there. So don't let it fall off your radar, guys.
Yeah, and I'll just say that we watched the behavior of Putin, and you said just really playing it cool these last several years, not calling out the obvious. Might be at that breaking point, or maybe he was setting up this. We always say Trump is playing 6D chess. No, it looks like Putin was playing at least that long game, the calm and restraint and like patient game, which you have to have as a chess player, which Trump is the furthest thing from, as he's the exact opposite of a chess player, right? Because you have to have that patience and focus. With that said, it sounds like this long game of chess is being played. I wonder why, and Jay, just give your last thoughts on this, but I just wonder why this would not have been a time right now. We've seen just in the last few months that Putin has had a chance to checkmate, to just go in and just say, we're done. And he's been able to do that. He could have done it with the peace. What do you call that? The Gaza peace board, which is a complete joke. He was asked to put money in, and he was like, wait, you could do an arrangement there. You could say, hey, if I do this, you do that. Like we need to get to the end of this, because like you said, we've known from the beginning, there's no way NATO's going to win this thing. We knew this from the effing beginning. So how much longer can we play the long game if you're Putin? That's what I just want to just your thoughts on that, and we can wrap up.
Yeah, I really wish I could explain why he seems to be dragging it out like this, because if you look at the amount of force they could be using, it does feel like they could have ended this a long time ago. I will say my guess is most likely it's to minimize the loss of life, because if you look at the number of civilian deaths in the Russian versus Ukrainian conflict and compare that to the amount of known civilian deaths between, say, Israel and Palestine, we see that Russia takes a lot of care not to kill civilians, unlike other countries. So, that is one possible explanation, but I would actually argue by dragging it out over such a long period of time, you kind of allow the media in the West to paint you as this bad guy for such a longer period of time, instead of kind of just getting it over with. And media perception does actually mean something, because if you can turn entire populations against another country, then you kind of manufacture consent for war. And in America, we don't really hate Russia too much, but in Europe, the majority of their citizens do. Part of the reason for that is because of this extended media campaign. So the longer this war goes on, the easier it is for our media to demonize Putin and to, paint him as the bad guy and make him the bad guy. So, and also finally, it could be maybe Russia believes that the West may overreact or do something irrational if they do take Odessa, which would essentially turn Ukraine into a landlocked country, and it would cut off Ukraine's access to the Black Sea. So it would make it a lot harder to fight Russia. Odessa is a place with a lot of history. Napoleon and the British both tried to take it at different points in time in the past. So it's been a hotly contested area for a long time. So maybe he's trying to avoid those overreactions and to minimize the loss of life. But I would actually argue, and again, I'm not for war. I don't want this war to happen at all. But if this is going to happen, I think they should try to find a way to wrap it up. But that's just my opinion. I'm not a military strategist. I'm not a general. That's just my opinion from the outside looking at it.
By the way, I would say that Putin's approval rating here has definitely gone up since this started. I'm going to say because you have the Gen Z. We just looked at the poll earlier that they have now a 74% disapproval rating of Netanyahu. We're not. I haven't seen an updated poll on Putin, but I can tell you that if you ask that poll back at the beginning of the Ukraine war, you get a whole different number, and Putin would certainly be up at the top because that was the messaging for 10 years. The Rachel Maddow messaging has been Trump is a Putin puppet. Trump is a Putin puppet. If you turn on Rachel Maddow right now, what you're going to see is she has to report on the insanity of the Iran war. She's saying Jared Kushner is an asset of a foreign nation. She won't say the word Israel, but she can't talk about Putin the same way. I'm telling you, you can't do it anymore. You can't say that all the shit we're doing in Iran is because Trump's administration is compromised by a foreign entity, and you can't say Russia anymore. She's not saying Israel, but she's using verbiage that's familiar. So we're seeing that. It's really interesting, but I think that it's not sustainable, and maybe, just maybe, that's why. And you said the saving of lives, it's the saving of lives. But maybe if you play the long game like he is, it kind of runs its course on its own, and then you don't have that public support like you did 3-4 years ago. It's just not there anymore. Because who's really trying to take over the world right now? It's probably the guy that's killing all its neighbors and doing their little Greater Israel project. I haven't heard of the Greater Russian Project, but I might have been asleep that day in history class.
You need to pay more attention to European politics, man. According to them, that's Hitler starting out his campaign to take over the world. So, and to be honest with you, that's the honest impression of Putin all over Europe. That's why the situation is more dangerous than people realize. But the only thing is about Europe is they can't really fight a war, themselves against Russia. They need us to do it for them. So, we'll see.
All right. Good stuff, Jay. All right, let's move on. We're really excited about this opportunity for our next guest. I would love to just bring her right in and do this. Jay, unless if you want to, intro anything here, but we certainly know what she's been doing. Just incredible work in the MAHA movement, and one of the first to stand up to the current administration and not play this whole give them 4 years. It takes time. She could see it right away. You're not doing the thing that we voted for you to do, and you got to put action on. You got to put your words to action, which she certainly does. So I'll let you go ahead and give her a proper intro here.
Yeah, for sure. In a world full of followers and people who just like to pick teams and not think independently, Dr. Bowden is someone who is unafraid to challenge power, no matter who that power is. She is someone that caught on to what was happening in the pandemic very early on. And she's not someone who just complains. She's a very solution, oriented person who is now an elected member, of our political system as the new precinct chair. As a new precinct chair over in Houston for the Republicans. Now, we in the We the People Party did support her during the campaign a bit by making some calls for her, in the county. However, she's already making a difference. She's already making proposals that are being heard by the state, and she's having some success there. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that and everything she's doing to help vaccine injured patients. And I definitely want to thank her for taking some more time to come speak with us again. So with that being said, let's bring her right in.
Let's bring her in. Please welcome back to the show, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. Thanks for being here with us, Dr. Mary.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. You've been up to so much since we last spoke to you. And it's so, I have to say, and what Jay mentioned earlier about you being elected as the precinct chair for Harris County in Texas, and you ran under the Republican Party, you won. This is very inspirational because we're seeing, action, your words put into action and being there. How has been this last month? I guess you've been in office for a month. How has this been for you as far as your ability to maneuver in this space and put legislation into play? How much have you been able to get done? And is it more or less than you thought you would when you first got into office?
Well, I'm learning on the fly. Honestly, I didn't even know what a precinct chair was about a year ago. But for those who don't know, it's basically your smallest unit of government, and you preside over, in my area, it's about 3,000 homes, and the counties are composed of a number of precincts. So in my election was more contentious than I would have thought. The incumbent, her dad is very influential in the local politics, and he's very good friends with our state senator in our area and with the state representative in our area. And he called me and tried to talk me out of running, said it was going to be too much work for me, which was very unusual. And I appreciate y'all's help and helping me get elected. And then, so what happens is you go to a precinct convention. So people from your precinct can show up and bring resolutions to the table. And resolutions are basically things that you would like to have passed as law. And you vote on those. And I brought 17 resolutions to my precinct chair convention, and there were 5 of us there, and no one wanted to read through all of my resolutions, so they just passed them all. And then we went to the Senate convention. And so the Senate convention is basically each Senate district, and there are 31 in Texas. You convene with all the precincts in that Senate district. So my Senate district is 7, and we had a convention where we voted on all the resolutions. And I was on the resolutions committee, which was an enormous amount of work. It was a week straight of 3-hour meetings, a whole weekend of meetings, and another weekend of voting. And basically you sort all the resolutions, you vote on them, you craft the language, and then you go to the Senate convention and you vote on those, and you also create legislative priorities. Well, my highest priority of the resolution was banning mRNA, and I was a little bit worried because you know how that goes. It's not a Republican Democrat issue. There are plenty of Republicans who, but shockingly, it had huge support, and it ended up as a legislative priority in our Senate district. So I was very pleasantly surprised by that. And then we have the state convention coming up in June 11th through 13th. And so then there's further voting. So all the Senate districts come together and vote on all these resolutions. Wow. And then the point of all this is for the Republican Party to put pressure on our elected representatives to pass these resolutions as laws.
So you're able to do this immediately going in there, and you're seeing bipartisan support on the mRNA legislation. That's pretty incredible.
Well, there are no Democrats there. This is only
or no Democrats. Okay, because
No.
I was like, that's because they certainly need to stick with their party. But isn't it? It's interesting that you're able to do so much in such a short period of time. When we saw the MAHA elected, people going into office, the RFK Jr. team with Trump, and they, as far as not only not getting anything done in the mRNA department, Robert Malone just told us that they were specifically told not to do anything with vaccines, not to do anything with mRNA this entire time, but they were doing the opposite. They were getting people like Larry Ellison mRNA contracts and getting, giving Alfred Borda from Pfizer a chance to invest in Trump RX. So the exact opposite. Are you having any conversations like that in your district, as far as like the disconnect between what's happening on the national level and then what's happening locally in your precinct?
Well, what I'm seeing is in real life, amongst real people, everybody knows the elephant in the room. Everybody's aware. We all know people that have been harmed. We all knew people that, either harmed or killed by these shots. No one's getting any more of these shots. It's just but we just know that Trump won't do anything about it, right? So we got to work on a local level. And MAHA is a huge disappointment. Kennedy was put in place on the backs of the medical freedom movement, on the backs of people that, reacted very strongly to what happened during the pandemic. Were it not for our efforts, Kennedy wouldn't be where he is. And yet, mRNA is a forbidden topic. In the MAHA report, it did not show up in that official MAHA report. It did not show up. And they, the leaders of the MAHA movement won't talk about it. The people that are in the press all the time, it's just not a topic of conversation. It's off limits.
Yeah, that is such a shame. Jay, I know you wanted to. We want to talk about what's happening with the these other vaccines, because it doesn't stop with the COVID vaccine. We have these other issues as well. Do you want to jump to that, Jay, or we can? Where were we on this?
Yeah, well, just to comment really quickly
go
on
for
what
it.
Dr. Mary was saying just now, then I'll ask you the next question. Me personally, I lost a step uncle to a stroke, someone who's like a second mother to me to a brain aneurysm, which is like a blood clot, and also a girl who I was friends with as a child who's about 2 years younger than me, just got diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. So, we're seeing such a huge explosion in side effects. And while, I definitely want the shots to be pulled off the market, you're one of the few people, Dr. Bowden, who's actually still calling for justice. And I definitely want to take some time to commend you on that, because there are a lot of people, who've been affected. Not everyone admits it, but more and more people are acknowledging the elephant in the room, like you mentioned, in their own personal life. So thank you, for being a doctor who's actually courageous enough to say this quiet part out loud. And I can't wait, until more and more people are as comfortable as you are doing it. But recently on your Twitter, I did notice that you spoke about something that happened to you when you took a flu shot the last time. So I was wondering if, number one, if you could share a little bit more about your experience, taking the flu shot last time. And in your opinion, I know this is a big question, but I just want to throw it out there. Are you of the opinion that now, given everything we've found out, are there any vaccines which you think should be allowed to be mandatory for the quote unquote net benefit of society? Or do you think all vaccines should be optional, so on a personalized basis? And if they are optional, are there any out there that you still think the benefits of it outweigh the potential risks? Sorry, I know that's a loaded question, but hopefully you can share some insight on that.
Yeah, I mean, prior to the pandemic, I was a good little soldier. I got all my shots. I got the flu shot annually. I got my kids the flu shot annually. But I did have one time, and it was right before the pandemic, I got the flu right after getting the flu shot. And granted, I pushed through it. I was on a ski trip. I skied with the flu and just took a bunch of Advil. But I ended up in the ICU with pneumonia and sepsis. And then, the pandemic caused me to dig into the data about the flu shot, which I really hadn't done before. I mean, I had just taken everything at face value. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. The FDA approved it. We're told it's safe and effective. I never questioned it. Shame on me. But when you dig into the data with the flu shot, you see that it does not prevent hospitalization. It does not prevent death. They've shown that it could increase your risk of other infections. And we have great early treatment for flu. Not only do we, Xofluza is a single dose flu pill that works really well and I haven't seen any adverse reactions from it. We even have ivermectin. So I will never get a flu shot again. I will never get another vaccine again. I mean, I have lost complete faith in these shots. And I can't give people advice on that, but I will just say that I personally will not get another shot. None of them have been tested against a true saline placebo. And until that's done, I can't recommend any of them.
That's actually one of the scariest things, because again, I started looking into this during the pandemic too, and I realized that they don't do long-term placebo trials for all these shots, and it's the only medication where they don't have to do that. And on top of that, they also get liability protection, through the Vaccine Immunization Act. So people should just realize that they have a different standard for vaccines, and they also haven't been put through the same level of testing or the same kinds of testing as other medications. So, I don't want to dismiss all vaccines and say there's none with net benefits, but there are harmful chemicals that you see are used in some of these vaccines to keep them stable, preservatives that are added in there, and things to make them, I guess, more easily absorbed by the body, that in my opinion, we should be doing more investigation into. And that's one thing I had hoped that we would get more progress on under this administration, because RFK loves talking about gold standard science. In his book, he mentioned there was a difference in autism rates when children take vaccines later versus earlier. So I would love to see a little bit more of this gold standard science that RFK Jr. spoke about. But as far as what we should be concerned about moving forward, a lot of people in the health freedom, movement did notice that the whole pandemic felt planned, and some people are of the opinion that COVID was released as a tool to encourage the vaccine uptake. And some people think that we could be at risk, of another pandemic. In fact, we at the Homeless Left interviewed Dr. Martin, what's his last name?
Dr. David Martin, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. David Martin last year. And he had mentioned that they're still doing some of these pandemic exercises that really worry him. So, and I noticed that you were also, posting about Lyme disease, which is now being talked about a little bit more in the media. So some of the diseases I've heard spoken about that they're doing some weird testing on include Lyme disease, monkeypox, bird flu, and Nipah virus. And of course, there's always new COVID variations that are going around. So do you think that any one of those we're most vulnerable to? Do you think any one of those are a greater risk than the others in the near future? And, what do you think people should be looking out for right now?
Well, I'm not fearful. I mean, I'm sure they are cooking up another weapon. That would not surprise me one bit. But I'm not fearful of that. I mean, we saw COVID was a bad flu, but we had great treatment for it. We had monoclonal antibodies. Those worked really well. We had the ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak breathing treatment cocktail. That worked really well. I treated over 6,000 COVID patients, and everybody that got early treatment survived. So, maybe
we also had preventative measures, right? We also had sunshine and exercise, and we had basic vitamin, basic health. But hey, they don't tell you about that. But
and what we learned is, the people that were not healthy to begin with, the people that were overweight and not taking good care of themselves, were at much higher risk. So the lesson from that is get yourself in better shape, eat better, lose weight if you need to lose weight, and eat better. And that's your best defense. But I refuse to, get fearful over what could happen in the future. The beauty of COVID is, there's some viruses like Ebola that are, very fatal, very dangerous, but they don't spread because they kill everybody so quickly. Mm-hmm. And COVID was sort of that perfect mix of virulent and transmissible, but it wasn't so virulent that it killed the host quickly, right? It was able to spread. And so that's probably, when you look at a virus, that's probably the worst that we could get. I just can't imagine, unless there's like a local outbreak of something like Ebola, where odds are you're not going to get that. But COVID is probably the worst we could see.
Now, we know also that one of the techniques of putting everyone through the pandemic was not just to release the vaccine, get people on these, lifelong medicines that there are a lot of people on right now. My father-in-law he's on basically, I can't even count anymore how many medications they have him on, but we want to talk about the money that's being made for pharma right now, just off of one person. We're talking upwards of beyond $7 million just to keep him alive right now, with brain bleeds and kidney failure and blood clotting all the time, and just contradictory medicines that you got to do one and then do another. And it's unbelievable. And that's just one person. So beyond all that, we also saw the testing ground of how they can get people to behave in accordance with what the public needs to do for their own good, right? This whole, we're all in this together. So that happened. And they were successful at that. You had people saying, hey, I got to take one for the team. We're all in this together. We got to stop that. The COVID is the comet that's coming to kill us all. So we're willing to sacrifice our everything. We're willing to sacrifice our bodily autonomy, our free speech, our ability to live a life that's happy. The pursuit of happiness was compromised. Small businesses. I mean, the list is a mile, 1,000 miles long. So that happened, and now we are seeing it is again. It's not about, and I agree with you, Doctor. It's not about being afraid of the next one, but it's understanding that has the mechanism already been put into place where people are going to comply in the same way, and you have these situations where these like we want to empower people to make their own choices, and even something like this. And I'm just going to throw this up, and I want to pass it back to you. But this was something we also saw here was, and you tweeted this out, that this pro-informed consent vaccine resolution that was passed in Texas, the Texas Medical Association, looks like it's giving people that informed consent. So it looks like it's going in one direction, but really it seems, and you point this out, that they're sneaking a clause in to allow for minors to consent. And therefore that mechanism of, hey, don't listen to your parents. You're going to do what all the other kids are doing and do the thing you got to do because we're all in this together. Is that what we're noticing here? At least that's what you pointed out here, correct?
Right. I mean, but I've said all along that almost the best thing they could do is try to throw a pandemic on us again right now, because I think people will rise up now if they let more time lapse or people forget and are not as riled up about it, then yeah, they'll get better compliance. But I think if they tried it now, I think they'd see much more resistance than they did during this time.
On that point, I think the elephant in the room that everyone knows about, it's still too fresh. So I agree with you there, Dr. Bowden. But one thing that really caught my eye about that is the idea that a child can give fully informed consent, without their parents, right? And, I know this is a very controversial topic, but I just want to, ask for your opinion on this. If you consider, the effort to say rebrand pedophiles as minor attracted persons, they're calling them MAPs now, and, they're trying to, I guess, downplay what pedophilia is. We saw accusations against Trump and some of his donor base in the Epstein files. And there does seem to be a push globally to lower the age of consent. When you see these words, allowing children to give informed consent, could you see that leading to the establishment trying to let that bleed over and to say other things? Like if children can give informed consent for vaccines, can they also give informed consent to change their sex, to, have sex with adults? Do you think the establishment could try to take that theme of children giving informed consent further? And if doctors stay silent about this, do you think they could unknowingly play a role in that?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be a Trojan horse for more sinister things to come. And yeah, there are a lot. I mean, I can't tell you off the top of my head which states allow this, but there are states that allow minors to consent to vaccines, and the pediatricians routinely try to get adolescents and teenagers alone in the exam room. They'll tell, and this is in Texas, this is all across the board, they'll tell the parent to leave the room. And then we don't know what goes on. So I would caution parents to have their heads up about that. But yeah, it's not a good precedent to set, and obviously could lead to worse things to come.
Yeah, agreed. And, in terms of some of that law that we just mentioned that was just passed, I think that was, an important law to focus in on. Well, not just that, but some of the, new appointments, I think, are important to focus in on, because you've been pretty outspoken about Erica Schwartz, who was just appointed to lead the CDC, as well as the new head of the Texas Medical Association. So when you look at, this pattern that we're seeing of Trump, keeping that revolving door going, would you say that we're now seeing more evidence of, cooperation between Trump and the Democrats? Because, really quick, if you think back to what happened the last time, Republicans and conservatives usually cut regulations more, and liberals tend to be more authoritative. So we had a combination of Trump enacting Operation Warp Speed to cut regulations and minimal testing requirements they have for vaccines even more, so they could get out this experimental mRNA injection. And then Democrats came in and then mandated it. So when you see Trump ignoring his base, the way he is right now, ignoring the MAHA movement, do you think there's a possibility that the establishment may have simply a plan to empower Democrats, in the next election or maybe the one past that, and Trump is essentially throwing the Republican Party under the bus by ignoring people, because maybe whatever their plans are for the future, they want Democrats in power to push those plans, how they did last time. Is that too conspiratorial, or do you think that's actually a possibility? Because I just don't understand why else Trump is betraying his base so much, not just on MAHA. I know you're a doctor, so you're not here to talk about, Iran and Israel, but a lot of people feel betrayed by what he's doing in foreign policy too.
Well, I've kind of wondered, okay, is he attacking Tucker and Megyn Kelly and all those people to try to draw the Democrats to the Republican side? Maybe the Democrats all of a sudden start following Tucker and Megyn, and then we're slowly changing their minds. But I haven't thought of it the flip side, that he's secretly a Democrat, and I think it's more ego than anything. I don't know if you saw the interview with Tucker and his brother, but I thought it was very insightful when they were talking about he has status anxiety. So he's always had a huge chip on his shoulder because he's never been accepted by the WASP, and that drives him more than anything else. And he can't back down from something once he's taken a position. And it kind of stems from that insecurity of never being accepted by the people he wanted him to accept. So I don't know, I look at it a little more, it's ego driven more than anything, but
Jay, what you're saying about that Trump being secretly pushing the Democrats.
I don't think he's a secret Democrat. I just think the establishment trades.
The establishment is pushing.
They switch up the actors, right? Sometimes they want the Republicans to lead the story. Sometimes they want the Democrats to lead the story. And I don't know. When I see how much he's going against his base openly, it's just something that, runs across my mind. But sorry, back to you, Matt.
No, it was when he went after those, that was a big deal, right? So, Mary, what you're talking about, the Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones going after all four of them in one Truth Social post and saying low IQ and you guys are the worst, and everything about that was contradictory, because he was saying he didn't say they changed. He said they've always been bad. And he's like, well, why would you align with them and then not? It makes no. So the logic of it made no sense. He called them all the names that Democrats call them, and that's where I think what you guys are talking about is this idea that he's doing literally doing the bullet points of the Democratic Party, specifically Alex Jones, saying you were everything you did. He's on the side of the Democrat machine that basically went after Alex Jones, and the whole thing about the Onion buying InfoWars, all that. He just basically backed the whole thing up, and that's what the Democrat Party's doing. So that's there could be something there, but in the meantime, this isn't at the end of his presidency. We're still in the beginning. How is he going to function? I'm perplexed by this, because it's clear he's not making these decisions. It's clear there's something, another mechanism making these decisions for him. But the timing is brutal right now. But this one, I'm going to go back to the CDC selection, because that one I think is more easily able to be flown under the radar, because I don't think the Democratic Party has the ability to see critical thinking inside what's happening with MAHA. They don't know. They still think RFK Jr. is doing crazy policies. He's not. By the way, if you guys are out there thinking that RFK Jr. is messing up all your pharma stuff, he's not. So
we wish he would.
We wish he would. but he's not. So that's how we can tell. We can gauge that they don't know what's going on because they still, even though they're saying Trump is crazy, they still are saying, RFK, you're doing all these crazy. No, but you're not. We know that. But this selection that Jay mentioned, this is an interesting one. Is he going to get away with this? This is the what we're talking about is the CDC selection. Dr. Erica Schwartz. She was known as the vaccine queen mandate. So not only was she for the COVID vax, she was for the mandate, and that's what we're talking about right now. Like, even if you think the thing worked, even if you think it saved lives, even if you think COVID was way worse than a flu, even if you think all of those things are true, you also, if you're for this person, you're also for mandating it against people as well.
I want to comment on that because I dug into her history. I looked on YouTube, I looked for videos, I looked for her tweets, and I honestly could not find anything from her during the pandemic. I mean, I know she mandated the smallpox vaccine for the military.
Right.
But there's like one, it's called the Butterfly Network or something where she's part of. And in the bio, they said that she was responsible for deploying the COVID shot. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could not find anything where she was, going around screaming about mandating the COVID shots. Now, I don't trust her. That doesn't mean I trust her, but I actually think they picked her because there's just not a lot of hard evidence on where she stands during any of it. I mean, if you really try to find, primary sources from her, I couldn't find interviews. I couldn't find anything.
There was go ahead, Jay, go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll be honest, I haven't had time to dive too deep into her background, so you probably know better than I do, but just based off the coverage she's been getting on social media, I guess I thought that she did take a strong opinion during COVID. So that's interesting to know that the mandates she's talking about apply to the past, and other shots. So I think that's a great place to, start out this new relationship with our CDC director. What has she learned over the past few years? Has she changed any of her opinions on it, from before? But a lot of times when we see people placed into these positions who we don't know much about, it's usually a negative thing. It usually works against us, especially when there are so many outspoken people that should have had that position, like, Dr. Joseph Lapido, the Surgeon General of Florida, would have been a great candidate. Dr. Peter McCullough is one of the most cited, doctors alive. He's an expert's expert. He would have been a great one for that position. Someone who took a stand and isn't afraid to do the unpopular thing if it's the right thing. You would have been great for that position. So I don't know. Why is it always negative people or obscure people?
Well, and they didn't ask me to be CDC director, but they did ask me to apply for some of the other positions like chief medical officer and a bunch of other things. And I can't move out of Houston. So I said no, but I gave them a bunch of names of people. And they did not go with any. I mean, the people they chose, Jennifer Shuford is the Texas Department of Health and Human Services director, and she has firsthand on the internet, interviews where she's going off about how much she loves the vaccine and loves it for the children. And she is, I think, CMO now of the CDC. She got one of those 4 positions that he was naming. So she worries me more than Schwartz.
Gotcha.
So I will put this on here just so we are clear that we are looking into this, and we're gonna do a follow-up on Thursday's show, probably a top censored news because of the fact that it is hard to find. Vigilant Fox reported this out, and there was some coverage on some other doctors. So we're going to look more into this, but this is the report on the CDC pick, calling her the vaccine mandate queen. And this is her allegedly has a long track record of enforcing widespread vaccine mandates across civilians and military personnel, including all of these smallpox, anthrax, flu shots. The critics say this points straight back to business as usual. So, if we go through that, we'll look at it more. But this has got to be coming from somewhere. Maybe there is a deliberate effort to choose somebody that it's hard to find information on, or worse, maybe it's been suppressed. But I'm interested to look more into Vigil and Fox. They usually do good work when it comes to medical freedom movement, investigation. So we're going to look more into it in the next day or two. But I do appreciate you pointing that out.
And just to also double down on what Dr. Bowden was saying before, it would be nice if people making posts like that put more of their primary sources there, you know, like, so we can go back and look into it to see where they're getting that information from, because we're all human and we all fall into this trap. If someone we like and respect and follow says something, sometimes we take their word for it because we don't have time to double check every single thing. So who knows if there's a little bit of confirmation bias going on about some of her things. But again, we have the right to be suspicious of government officials, and we should be suspicious of them until they give us a reason not to be. And even then, you're still supposed to hold them accountable and watch what they're doing. But Dr. Bowden, before you go, I do want to make sure we also ask you about another amazing project that I noticed you're working on right now. And I see you've been making a lot of posts about it's the trial. No, it's the effort to run clinicals and to get help to people who've been vaccine injured, which is something that is extremely difficult because the companies that are profiting off these injuries aren't going to pay for it. So can you tell us a little bit more about your recent effort to get those people that needed help, and also what has the reception been like, and from the government? Is there any acknowledgement of what you guys are doing now coming from RFK? And if not, what do you think they could do to support your efforts there?
Yeah, sadly, no acknowledgement or communication with the government. Basically, we have 7 clinical trials. These are potential treatments to help the people injured from the COVID shots. And, it takes money to run these trials. The first step, you have to get IRB approval, which is this third party that, if you're going to do a trial, you have to get approval from them to make sure it's ethical, that you're not doing anything dangerous or unethical. And to get that IRB approval, it costs $3,500. So we have 7 trials, and each IRB is going to cost $3,500. So we're raising money to cover those expenses. One of the big, most promising treatments that we have is currently being done in Japan. You may have seen posts about this on X. It's called double filtration plasmapheresis, and it's a special kind of filter. What we think is happening in patients who are injured by these shots is that they're having microdeposits of amyloid in their blood, and amyloid is an abnormal protein that the body has a hard time dealing with. It basically clogs up the blood supply and causes damage. And so the filtration system removes the amyloid. They're also giving intravenous stem cell growth factors that are coming from the pulp of baby teeth. And this whole treatment, I can't remember off the top of my head how much it costs. I think it's like $20,000 to $25,000, and you have to fly to Japan, which is not ideal. So we're trying to bring it to the United States, and if we can do it under a clinical trial, then that will, we can't just start doing it willy-nilly because the filtration system is not approved by the FDA. So you have to prove that it's safe and effective, and then try to get it FDA approved.
No, that's amazing. And one last follow-up on that. I don't know if just so you're aware, Matt was part of a debate that happened a few weeks ago with some other folks on the left who described themselves as COVID conscious. And long story short, we're now seeing some of the people who were in favor, of some of those, mandates and COVID policies at least open up to discussions at this point in time. And one of the biggest points in the debate that I thought there's an opportunity to kind of expand on a little bit is their acknowledgement of what they describe to be long vaccine syndrome, which I know you've spoken about, you believe is mostly, I'm sorry, not they think it's long COVID syndrome, but in reality, I would say a lot of the evidence points towards it being long vaccine syndrome instead. So that being said, there were people who were suffering from long COVID before there was ever a vaccine released. So, my question for you is, would you say a good way to approach those conversations is to ask some of those people, well, what do you think the mechanism is, behind long COVID? And if they tell you it's a spike protein, then do you think that opens up the conversation to like have them kind of have an aha moment and realize like the vaccine is problematic? Would you say that's a good way to approach some of these people who are opening up to the conversation now?
Yes. And, the big difference between patients that got the shot and didn't get the shot is their antibody, the spike protein antibody levels. They're 10 times higher in people that got the shots. On average, what I'm seeing is somebody that got these COVID shots, their spike protein antibody level, and this is years later, 4 or 5 years later, is 13,000. And then those who didn't get the shot, it's 1,300. That's pretty cut and dry. And how do you explain that? And why are the levels still so high 4 or 5 years later? The basic problem is spike protein and then the amount of spike protein. So sure, people who had just the plain infection can definitely suffer from long-term side effects because of that spike protein. But the people who got the shots are getting, 10 times higher dose of spike protein from what it looks like on these antibody levels.
Yeah, great point. And that's kind of why I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get a lot more of them to come around, because we've seen recent studies proving, like you said, that people who've taken the shot still have the spike protein visible, and they can tell the difference between the COVID-driven spike protein and the mRNA-driven spike protein. So, I just hope that doctors also start having these conversations more openly instead of just behind the scenes, because we know most clinical employees are still taking the flu shots every year, but there's a far lower percentage taking those COVID shots. I think they need to be more open about why there's such a difference in uptake between those two shots.
And I'll just add this in. The reason that the people willing to have this debate right now from the left is because, and this is what I learned from having this debate, is that there is actually a split from the COVIDian side. They actually are split. I didn't know this until the debate happened. And the split is you got half of them who were just using it as team sports, right? The mask was just to demonstrate you were against Trump and vote hard for Biden. The other half actually took it seriously because they listened to what they were told, and they actually feel betrayed by their own base. The Joy Behards who said, I'm going to wear this mask forever, and then said, psyched you out. I was just kidding. They actually are still wearing masks. So the people were debating. So think of this. The people willing to debate are the people still afraid to go outside, because they are absolute. And so we can talk with them. We're going to have a follow-up. We're going to talk about one of the, I have no problem. I'll tell it was Ron Placone and a couple others that they're saying, they felt let down. So they want to know what's going on. And so we're going to do a follow-up debate where we talk about the psychology behind what actually happened to them, which I didn't even realize there was that. So we're learning, having these discussions. So I just thought, I'm glad, Jay, you brought that up, because I wanted you to know that too, Dr. Mary, that we had that these are discussions that are happening, and we didn't see that one coming. We thought they would be the least likely. They were the most likely, because they felt backstabbed and betrayed by a party who was just going through the motions, telling them, the Bill Gates, like, oh, it's a horrible thing. No, sorry, it was just the flu. Never mind. And they're like, wait a minute, you told us this, and now what do we do now? So they're petrified, they're confused. And that's a perfect opportunity to talk to someone when they're petrified and confused, I think. And so we are making progress, but I didn't think we would go. It would be this way we would do it, but it's happening, it seems. So,
interesting.
Yeah. So any last thing before we let you go, you want to leave with us, leave with our audience, and tell us what's coming up next, or something positive, because I know we tend to go a little negative Nancy here sometimes, but it sounds like there's some good things actually happening. So yeah, what else you have going on?
I got two things. I've got this organization called Americans for Health Freedom. And basically it's a nonprofit, but our foundational project is to get politicians to simply state that the COVID shot should be pulled off the market. So Ron Johnson has signed that, Thomas Massie, Chip Roy, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joseph Ladapo, and then we have a slew of state representatives, state senators. We had 2 state representatives from Iowa sign in the last 24 hours. So it's just growing list of politicians who will just state this important statement, because it takes courage, right? You could be put on a political blacklist by saying this, but the courage is contagious. And in return, we try to give them support on the social media side. We don't really donate to their campaigns, but we just try to get their word out there and support them in that way. I also have a book coming out called Dangerous Misinformation, The Virus, the Treatment, and the Lies. It comes out May 19th. And it's basically my survival story. The story is still ongoing because I'm still fighting the medical board. And I've got 2 lawsuits against them. So hopefully the sequel will be my victory story.
Excellent. Love it. Thank you so much, Dr. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN, for spending the time with us here on The Homeless Left. And we just absolutely champion what you do in your space, bringing the, calling it out and doing something about it, which you do double duty on, it seems like, every day. So thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
We hope to have you back again.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Bowden. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I had a tech here, so we need to, you need to take yourself. Can you take yourself out, Mary? I have to reset from our end. Okay, thanks. Oh, shoot. That was incredible. Thanks for the great conversation. Thank you guys for being here, and Jay running that. I did have a tech issue at the end. I just needed to tell her that I had a little freeze here where you can see me fine, right?
Yeah, we saw you fine the whole time.
Okay, great. I was noticing. So everything looks good, but behind the scenes, everything froze. That's why I couldn't do any more shares, and I couldn't take her out. So I'm still frozen here, man.
Interesting. StreamYard needs to get it together. They need to announce that they're now going into AI to get about $10 billion in investment, so they can get all this thing, running properly, man. Because that's all you need to do. If you need money, just say you're getting into AI. So they need to take a page out of that playbook. So does that mean for the next story, we can't pull up anything right now? Or
No. We're going. So here's what's going to happen. Let me see if maybe there's a way I can reset. And I was going to say, if you could put, man, this is a tough way. I'm because sometimes when I freeze up, I usually just come right back in. On a different tab, and then it's reset, but it's not even letting me open a new tab this time. This is a little weird. Okay. This is strange, man. I'm not sure how to fix this right now. Do you have access from your end?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm like a guest on the StreamYard, but either way, to be honest with you, like I'm not even logged in. So yeah, I'm just kind of accessing the StreamYard through the link. So, but yeah, I'm not too familiar with how it works, and I need to get better with it, to be honest with you.
Okay,
I need to practice.
I'm gonna mess around here. Tell us what's going on with We the People. I'm gonna mess around. If I come out real quick, that means that's a good sign. That means I'm coming back in 2 seconds. So tell everyone what's going on with We the People, and I'll try to mess around here.
Sure. So We the People is actually making some, really big moves right now. We just added Shannon Joy to the lieutenant governor position for Larry Sharp, who is running over in New York for the governor's race. For those who don't realize, that race is wide open right now. Larry, I would say, has an excellent chance to overperform, because the Republicans polled their main nominee early on. They haven't really gotten together a coherent, attack on the Democratic supermajority over there. So in New York, there is no point in voting for Republicans, because it's a deep blue state, and Republicans simply aren't going to win over there. So We the People is proving, in real time over there that we are able to capture more political interest in some of the states that seem to be, the most politically divided, which you could argue not the most political, the most polarized, I guess you could say, because, New York and California are the two bluest states in the country. So, it essentially means if you are tired, if you're in one of these states where it's always been red or it's always been blue, which is the majority of the states in the country, then you're better off supporting the We the People Party and getting something going with us than you are supporting, the other duopoly party by far. And, the polls have been showing they won't even list Larry's name. Instead, it goes Kathy Hochul, who's the Democratic, nominee, the Republican nominee, I forget his name is, and then other. And other is polling higher and higher, every time they run these polls. So they're scared to name him because they don't want to give him that type of publicity. But he has such a high profile that he's pulling a lot more people away from the duopoly. And with Shannon Joy added, to the lieutenant governor ticket, I think we're in such a unique place because Shannon Joy is another one of those people who is not afraid to kind of call balls and strikes no matter who's throwing them. She works with Dr. Bowden a lot. She may lean to, the right in terms of, a lot of her economic, a lot of her economic policies, but she's an honest person. And, overall honesty is the first thing we need to look for when we're trying to elect these people. Because if we can't trust you, there's nothing we could do with it. You might not be perfect in every other category. We might disagree on certain things, but if you're honest and I know who you are, then, we can find ways to work together. And, Shannon Joy is on the right side of the overwhelming majority of issues. I might disagree with her on one or two economic issues, but overall, we have a powerful ticket, growing over in New York that we're excited about. So, and in Texas, we're also growing fast over here. Too, we have a Houston chapter that's being built up. So if you don't know what's going on locally, it's past time for you to log on to WTPnational.com so you can sign up and get connected with people in your area. And the good news is if you're the first one reaching out for your area, then you may have the chance to start something up. And it's a decentralized third party. So that means you guys are this is the party that empowers its members more than any other party. No other party is doing what we're doing. We're stripping away the tribalism. We're focusing in on where we agree, which is why you have me, a Bernie Sanders voter who supports Medicare for all, supporting a libertarian like Larry Sharp and his conservative running mate Shannon Sharp for governor. We're all part of the party. We're all honest. We all want what's best for the country, even if we have slight disagreements. And that right there is what's special about the We the People Party. So, how you looking over there, Matt? Having any luck? No. But do you think it was you had too many tabs open and that slowed down your computer run StreamYard? You're muted right now, so we can't hear what you're saying. Sorry. All right. Looks like Matt is working on the unmute right now. So yeah, but long story short, guys, as you can see, the show is not all doom and gloom. There's ways to push back. Sorry, Matt, are you back? It looks like your mic.
I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Are you hearing me in an echo?
A little bit, yeah.
Man. Okay. Well, I'm back in the sense that I was attempting to do it in a different browser, and then that one kind of got messed up, so I just closed that one up, and I'm back where I was, and for some reason I'm not able to control anything from here as of now. Let me just try one more thing, because we got to do the Lebanon story, man. I mean, I don't know how, just I'm gonna try one more thing here. Yeah, man. I wish you could if you could control it from your end, that would be awesome. But
well, I'm not logged in, so
Yeah.
I'll probably need to I need to set up the StreamYard account and figure out how, all the stuff works so I can, help like that too. So, yeah. And we have a few other things, we're working on in the We the People Party. I can't share everything yet, but, the one hint I will drop is some, major tech advances, will be coming our way soon too. So, pretty excited about that. So, solutions-oriented show. Yes, we tell you about the problems and what's happening in the country, but we're also excited to, propose ways to fix all this stuff. So, the last thing that should be happening when you're listening to this show is you get discouraged or, you think you're being blackpilled. We're just waking you up and we're giving you the tools to fight back. So, check it out, guys. www.wtpnational.com. We the People National. That's WTPnational.com. You won't be disappointed.
Okay. You're still hearing me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to remove myself. Give me 1 second here, man. I'm going to try one thing here.
Sure. Fun times, man. So, gotta love the tech issues. So, on the one hand, we get to share this information with you guys all over the world. On the other hand, you will have times like this where you just have one or two tech things, going on to deal with. But don't worry, we got a great show for you guys. So just be a little patient with us, like through the downtime, and trust me, it'll pay off. But, while Matt, is working on that, I just want to give people, another reason to stay hopeful. Even though you heard the news about, Trump, quote unquote, threatening to launch nukes. I do think a certain amount of those headlines is mainly to stoke fear in us. I don't really think the elites want to live underground. So we need to pay attention to what's happening, in the nuclear field, for sure. But I don't think elites want to live underground. That's the positive thing. So if you find yourself getting extremely worried, when you see headlines like that, you should be worried because it speaks a lot about Trump's character. But, I would say I don't think even Trump wants to live underground. So make sure you take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, how's it going, Matt? Any better now?
I tried to do this from a different browser, and it's not quite working right now, man. This is quite a shame. How about this? I'm gonna try one more thing. If you can hold on, actually, if you can keep them for just 2 more minutes, I'm gonna try one more thing. If that doesn't work, we'll call it, and we'll just do the segments on Thursday. But
yeah, no worries.
Okay.
There's a lot going on like in the world right now. So, if we do got to end it a little bit early, we'll just make sure, we improve it even more, next show. But, by the way, I know Matt has been showing, some of the, some clips from a lot of these Lego videos that have been going around. And I want to encourage everyone out there, like, if you have any passions and you have any free time, now is the time to try to figure out how to use some of those passions for good. Because, the Lego series has honestly inspired me. Like, who would have thought the best political rap music that would be coming out in the year 2026 would be coming, from Iran or on behalf, of Iran in a war with the country or hip hop originated from, America, being on the receiving end of legendary rap. So, we live in a really unique time, and as negative as some of the impact has been of social media, we also have more tools to fight back, than ever before. So, when I tell you some of that Lego music is good, like it actually, like if they put out a Lego mixtape, an Iran Lego mixtape, I would listen to it in the gym. That's how good it is. Like I could even listen to it in the car. Like the beats are good, the lyrics is good, the wordplay is good. So I gotta hand it to them. I don't know where they found these artists. I don't think I had heard of any of them before the war started, but since the war has been going on, they've been putting out quality music. So take that as inspiration, guys. If you are a musical artist, if you're a director looking to get into, an actor, anyone, if you have anything creative going on, now is the time to try to figure out, number one, how to grow that talent to become better at it and to get more eyes on it. And number two, how to use that talent to make a positive difference in the world. Because, art really has the power, to spark social movements. Of course, the knowledge has to be part of it. Of course, you got to come to independent media to make sure you're informed about what's going on. But to really spark that wave, to really get, the public to catch on, the more the right solutions are being discussed, through art and, independently, the faster we're going to get to those solutions. So, don't forget, guys, the CIA kept tabs on the music industry because they understood the power of music. If you look at John Lennon's death, there's a lot of big question marks there. If you look at Bob Marley's death, there's a lot of question marks there. I don't know anybody who caught toe cancer, I'm just saying. So the CIA pays attention to what's happening in music because music, is a powerful tool. So how we looking, Matt? I see a little smile. Does that mean you got some progress?
I'm optimistically cautiously hopeful, optimistically skeptical, whatever it is.
Cautiously optimistic. There you go.
Oh, that's it. It's cautiously optimistic. That's the one. That's the one. That's what's going on right now. So I think what we can do now, and thanks for holding it down for us, Jay. And I feel bad for I couldn't get Dr. Mary up at the end. I know there was a couple more references, and I was like, damn it, I can't click on it. But we did nail that conversation there at the end, and I had to ask her to go out. Could you please take yourself out of the studio because I couldn't do it.
That was a pretty good quote right there. Can you please remove yourself?
Oh my God.
Come on.
But she'll know. Like I'm not. When I cut that and we're gonna upload it, it's gonna be on. Thank you for being. I'm gonna obviously cut it before that.
Yeah.
But that was not the best way I wanted to
Dr.
say.
Bowden knows we love her, man. She knows we love her. So she's doing some great work for sure.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure. Okay. We're gonna do Lebanon. You got some time. I know we're obviously a little over here, but
let's do it.
Are you good? Okay. So we'll start with, and I pretty much know this one's I just got to queue up the ones because I didn't do MP4 files on this, but this is still I know this one pretty well, so we can start this run right off. Okay. Boy, oh boy. The ethnic cleansing on Lebanon continues, and it is so bad right now. We talk about this being on the level of Gaza, just faster, and it seems like it's just happening faster and faster. These are right now as we speak. The IDF is setting homes right on fire, and I'm not sure who's filming this footage. Actually, I'm pretty sure that they're pretty proud of what they're doing. When they, and that's how we get this stuff here. Here's what's happening right now. This is what it looks like. They're driving through and they're showing you how they've destroyed. This is just one city of many. 2.2 million have been 1.2 million have been displaced. Thousands dead. and they're taking the homes of the ones they're not blowing up. They're just taking the homes. That's what's happening, and it's pretty disgusting. We're seeing this happen in real time. We've seen the blueprint before. Obviously, we said the blueprint is Gaza. Whatever they got away with in Gaza, they're doing this right now. This is what happens when you talk about a ceasefire. And we know this is also something that is part of the blueprint. Pretend message to your Zionist base that the ceasefire means that stuff's getting done. So you're if you're on the side of, oh, Trump's working on it, Netanyahu's working on it, this is what this is the kind of bullshit, is that ceasefire. Obviously, the Lebanese people know that there is no ceasefire actually happening. Here is a Lebanese citizen being interviewed by a Sky News reporter. Watch what he says. Watch his reaction when she asks about the ceasefire.
Us. They will keep killing us. They'll take our lands. So there's nothing.
Do you think this ceasefire will hold?
No.
You sound very sure.
Yes.
Why? Why?
Because it's Israel. Israel. They will keep
because it's Israel. That's how we know.
They don't face consequences, and they rewrite history. Like what we're seeing right now in real time, Matt, is what happened during the Nakba. That's how Israel was started. They started by wiping out entire villages and communities of people, and then claiming nobody lived there, and we moved into empty land. And we already saw, they're doing it already. Like with southern Lebanon, they're wiping the names of these cities off the map because that's definitely their intent. So I really sympathize with what they're going through on the ground over there, because if you're in Lebanon, you have two choices, Matt. Three choices. You can support your current government, who's just watching your country be taken away without putting up a fight. You can stay on the sidelines or pretend you don't see what's happening, or you can join a resistance movement, the only one which seems to be Hezbollah at this point in time. And the moment you join that, you're now going to be labeled a terrorist by the most powerful governments in the world, and you will be seen as an enemy of humanity. This is the position that we've put these people in. The government of Lebanon, completely useless. They're not pushing back against Israel. They're declaring ceasefires with people who've stolen their land and are occupying their land. They give Israel justification to do what they're doing right now. And we have to consider them the legitimate government over there in Lebanon and the elected government. So it's truly sad if you're a Lebanese citizen, because it's either sit there and take it or be labeled a terrorist.
Well, here's how bad it gets. Even worse. Hard to get worse than that, but there's a video. This incident is going a little viral, and an Israeli soldier just cooked a meal in someone else's home in Lebanon. I mean, they do this all the time, but this one they filmed it, and we're going to show it to you guys in a second. Then they posted the photos as well. She's picking vegetables from the garden, cooking in their kitchen, and the family's banned from returning because they all were exiled. They all were displaced. That was so. If they're lucky to be alive, but they come back, they're not even allowed back. The house still had food in the kitchen. The garden was still alive, and everything was exactly how the family left it, except the family. And so there's 55 villages in southern Lebanon that are remaining closed to their residents. So if their house is still there, doesn't matter. Tough luck. You aren't allowed back in. Someone else is.
Because I guess the Lebanese government is letting Israel do this. They're letting Israel occupy their country. They're playing along. These people are cooking Sunday dinner in their IDF uniforms. This is how empowered they feel. They don't even feel shame to do this in their army uniforms.
Wow. And they're posting it. This isn't like we got you. Somebody filmed it and they this is not this. What is this one? IDF female soldier becomes a symbol. Is this in the same post? Let me see. Oh, that was someone else's post after that. Okay. So Yeah, and then you got this. You got Israel planning to build 20 permanent military bases. Of course they are. Channel 12 Israel's reporting this. 20 military sites in southern Lebanon with operations set to continue. Even as I mean, this is unbelievable, man. It's just absolutely disgusting. I cannot. I honestly.
How dare they be born in a place that Israel believes, is their land? Like it's so amazing when you really think about it. How, number one, not just how we're letting this happen, but the few people who are still supporting Israel left, a lot of them are worried about, immigration in their own countries, and they don't realize, I guess, that a lot of the immigration is happening, especially from almost, if I had to put a number on it, I would say 80 to 85% of the immigration coming from the Middle East is happening directly because of Israel. So if you're scared of Islam and you support Israel, then you are bringing more Muslim refugees into your country by supporting Israel. Never forget that.
Yeah. So if that's not bad enough, well, now it looks like they've crossed the line. Never mind killing all the people, burning families alive, stealing their property, gloating about it on social media, cooking in their kitchen. Never mind all that. This is where we have to draw the line, of course. It looks like
first ever apology I've seen from the IDF, but yeah.
They're looking into it. They're investigating themselves. This isn't first they denied it, right? Because that's the knee jerk. You see an IDF soldier doing this. This has been caught on camera, whether they put it out or not on their own. This destroying of a Jesus statue, clearly a disrespected Christianity by leaps and bounds here. This is not the first time we've seen it, but for some reason, Jay, they have to respond to this one as it's happening. Here's Netanyahu lying about how they what they think about Christianity. You can see this. This is just something he's been saying for years, which is
Judeo-Christian.
Third thing is that we're being accused for protecting Christians, and this fallacy, this lie, this vilification that Israel is against Christians, when Israel is the only country in the Middle East and one of the few countries in the world that stands up for Christians, whether they're oppressed in Nigeria or they're oppressed in Syria.
Yeah.
There's murals of Jesus and Mary in Iran. You know that, right? In their subway systems, like the government has government commissioned murals and paintings of the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ in their subways in Iran. Because as much as Islam is vilified by some, extreme right-wing groups over here, as much as they're vilified, Jesus is a prophet in Islam. So he is, I think, the most important prophet after Muhammad to them. So they don't think of him the exact same way as Christians do, but they do revere the man. They do respect the man, and they do love him. Whereas the way, I'm going to be as politically correct as possible here, the way the Jesus-like figure is described in the Talmud is essentially that he's burning in his own shit in hell. That's what the Talmud says about a figure who most people believe is Jesus. But if you talk to Netanyahu, he'd be like, oh no, that guy who we've talked about, who had 12 disciples and was born of a virgin, that's not Jesus. That's some other guy who matches that whole story perfectly. We would never talk about Jesus like that. So this is the difference in how Jesus is described in each of their holy books. So this whole alliance built on quote unquote Judeo-Christian values, I just encourage you guys to look into the Talmud. And again, the show isn't about religion, so I don't want to dive too deep into it, but every religion has problematic parts in it. But there are some disturbing things that I've seen in the Talmud that I would love to have more conversations about, because people really need to know what's in their religious books. And I don't think most people actually read too deep into it.
Well, here it is. Times of Israel says the IDF confirms the photo of the soldier smashing Jesus statue in Lebanon is genuine and vows action. Ooh, the military says it views the incident with great severity. It vows it will be handled through the chain of command and that IDF will help restore the statue. Images circulated widely online. Really? So
they're more pissed off about this than the rape. You remember that, right?
Well, right. So they're pissed off about this. It's theater. They're not actually pissed off about anything. The point is they take the least destructive, because this is more of a psychological attack. It's not actually you're not talking about anybody being killed. You're not talking about anyone being tortured or any sort of physical trauma here to any person. Also, you're not talking about really stealing anything of value or destroying anything of value that can't be replaced. What you're talking about here is you take the least least violent or horrid act, and then you acknowledge it, and then by doing that, you set a precedent for what RFK Jr. calls the most moral army in the world. This can now be an example cited. That's symbolic. What this is. That's what this is. It's an example that the future RFK or the next one trying to do that bullshit, that trying to hold on to this stupid idea that our greatest allies are the most moral army in the world, they will cite this incident and say they take it very seriously. Look, that's what we're dealing with.
There was one bad apple, Matt, who just decided to attack this Jesus statue. And of course, other people photographed him and videotaped him doing it, which kind of tells you this is something that's socially accepted, because if not, like, why are they doing that, right? You would think that if it was unacceptable, they wouldn't have wanted to be on camera for doing that. But they did it, and then they posted it online because it's socially acceptable over there. So, yeah, man, just look at how the religious figures are viewed differently by different religions, and then ask yourself where all this quote-unquote Judeo-Christian alliance comes from. And I would argue that it comes directly from the secret societies manipulating the world, who are obsessed with that land, because Jews have become the perfect proxy force for, not Jews, Zionists have become the perfect proxy force for the people running this world who want to conquer that land, but can't convince Christians who know where their home is to go do it. So instead, they have to tell Jewish people all over the world that even though your family descends from Europe and has been in Europe for, like thousands of years for the most part, for most of you guys, your home isn't there. Your home is actually in this place where people of a completely different religion, race, and culture live. And you need to go there and eradicate those people so you can take your home back. Because it's easier, I guess, for them to believe that when they're being discriminated against, or they think they're being discriminated against in other countries. And that's why we saw Israel get founded off the back of World War II. And that's why most Jews today aren't really that interested in going to Israel. Because even if you hear people complain about anti-Semitism, most Jews feel perfectly safe, in the countries that they're in, because you can't tell a Jew for the most part, so unless they have on like the traditional Orthodox Jewish clothing, most times you can't just look at someone and instantly tell, like, are these people Jewish? So they blend in.
So this is not a shocking take. IDF soldier who destroyed the statue of Jesus will face no real consequence. Oh, that's a shame. I thought we were going to have some justice here. Let's see what was reported by our favorite news team in Israel with their little we're going to obviously do it in Hebrew, and you guys aren't going to be able to tell what's happened until there's subtitles, of course. So okay, let me make sure I got it in the right spot. Okay, so it took the IDF a day to locate that soldier who smashed the Jesus statue in the Christian village in southern Lebanon. Details we received show that the soldier was a regular fighter, tracked down, partly based on information his unit provided. The soldier was summoned for questioning, and an officer in the rank of the brigade general, handling the incident personally. IDF understands this as a serious incident requires serious action, significant punishment. The action caused very severe image and PR. Oh,
PR damage, man. That's the problem. It's the bad PR. It's symbolically bad.
Oh God. So he's going to be reprimanded for bad PR, not for the actual thing. And believe us, that slap on the wrist is going to hurt for at least 5 minutes. I'm telling you, it's going to be, it's going to sting. And
that Peter different segment.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Or you know what, Matt? It could have been an honest mistake. Maybe he thought Hamas was hiding inside the statue, and he was really trying to crack open the statue to get to Hamas that was hiding inside of it. I'm sure that's really what was going on.
That's got to be it, because they put the Jesus statues that they hide behind them, because that's how terrorists behave. Knowing that, so they had no choice. He had no choice. He had to destroy the statue. Come on, guys, you know that's how terrorists operate, right? Oh my gosh. So I want to give you guys one more reaction on this. This is our good friend Rabbi Shmuley. He's going to chime in on this one. This is great. This is from Shadow of Israel. Rabbi Shmuley. He wanted us to know he rejects Jesus, demands that Christians stop overreacting. Oh, really? Oh, a little bit of honesty from this guy. You don't get that too often. Over the IDF soldier who destroyed the statue. He says Israel is doing Christians a favor by fighting a war in Lebanon. Yet the real enemy is Tucker Carlson. The IDF risks its life to protect Christians all the time. Oh, right. Rabbi Shmuley, set us straight here. Tell us why they're wasting their time at trying to slap this IDF soldier on the wrist.
I can't hear anything.
You hear it?
No.
Okay. Let me reset. I got this. Hold on. We'll reset it. Of course, it's a StreamYard issue again, but I got this. This one's happened before. Okay, here we go. Should work this time. Give me a thumbs up on this one.
Gotcha.
I'm a Jew who loves Jesus, just not the divine Jesus. I love Jesus, who is my Jewish brother, who never knew what Christianity was. He was a Pharisee, and he kept the Shabbat, et cetera, et cetera. So the fact that one errant IDF soldier destroys a statue means the following: that not every IDF soldier is perfect. And he's going to be punished. And the Israeli military announced that instantly. Now compare that to what people like Tucker Carlson trying to get you to believe. Tucker's now saying that Islam reveres Jesus as a prophet, and Tucker is trying to now Islamify Jesus, who was a Jew. Really? Then why is Christianity prohibited in nearly every Muslim neighbor of it?
Well, what about the churches, the Christian churches that you blew up?
Lebanon,
I guess it was
in
prohibited
Syria,
there.
There's Christians in Iran. I don't know about our allies like Saudi Arabia, but I do know for sure people of all religions are living in the UAE and Bahrain, Qatar. So yeah, I mean, for him to sit there and say that, is pretty wild.
Yeah. Of course, that's the whole point, is that you pit Christians on Muslims. That's the whole point. You pit them on each other and then pretend, we didn't do anything. We love all religion. We're the most diverse. Israel's diverse. We like everyone. No, it's right in your effing scripture, man. Like, why are you lying? Just be honest about what you have in there. Just be honest and don't act. But again, this is the PR. This is the damage control, right? And that's the whole point. This was a PR problem. They're making it work. And then this is going to be like I said, Jay, this will be the example by all the Shmuleys and all the RFK Juniors out there that are going to tell you, here's an example of Israel, the greatest army, most moral army in the world, doing the right thing and condemning this guy for doing this because he shouldn't have done that. And he's a bad apple. Bullshit.
Israel. Why are IDF soldiers protecting every church at the risk of their own lives? You know, 170 IDF soldiers died over the past year. You know what it's like for people like me and my wife, Debbie, to sit and have to shake when our kids are in Lebanon fighting these Islamist terrorists, not Muslims. Muslims are my brothers, just like Christians are, but Islamists, murderers. So let's go through the facts.
Wait, what? We're shaking when our kids are in there murdering people because they're murdering murder. What the? Oh my God! I'm sorry.
Did you hear what he said? Our kids are risking their lives to protect churches and Christians from bombing. Oh wait, you mean the same churches and Christians that have lived here for centuries before Israel came, that Israel is now bombing? Like, Matt, you know how the mafia protection racket runs, right? Like, hey, Mr. Store owner, we happen to be, the people on the block who are going to protect you. Something bad might happen to your store. Some people might throw some rocks through the window. It might get burned down. Unless you pay this protection money to me so I can stop those bad people from doing that to you. Sure, I might also be those bad people or have those bad people working for me, but just pay me this money. Keep sending me billions and billions of dollars in aid and weapons, and we'll keep protecting you. That's essentially like what he's doing right now. Like, dude, the only one bombing these churches right now and attacking these people is Israel. Like, they are the people who are attacking Christians and churches in Lebanon. So you're saying Israel is protecting Christians from Israel? Like, what are you saying? I don't understand.
It's unbelievable. So let's see any more garbage coming out of his mouth.
An IDF soldier destroyed a statue of Jesus. B, that IDF soldier acted in complete violation, not just of Jewish values, but IDF's regulations. Number 3, that soldier is going to be severely punished and probably in prison. Number 4, Israel loves our Christian brothers and sisters. Number 5, the IDF risks his life to protect Christians all the time. Number 6, here's 6, okay?
You got to get Netanyahu to put up the 6 finger, dude. Come on, your AI Netanyahu buddy. He don't have he ran out of fingers. Hey Netanyahu, can you get your finger in here for the 6th one? Because I'm just ad-libbing here. I might need a 7th one too. It's just whatever comes out of my mouth. I didn't really even think this through. But okay, let's hear what number 6 is.
Tucker Carlson is now trying to Islamify Jesus, who was a Jew. My Christian brothers and sisters, this message is for you. We could not show more love and appreciation to all of our Christian brothers, especially the evangelicals who stand with us. God bless you all.
Oh, but you could. Oh, my God.
Acknowledging that another religion also respects the main figure of your religion is not actually Islamifying anything about your religion. It actually boosts the credibility of Jesus to an extent, right? Because it's showing you that not only Christians appreciate this guy, even if Islam has a slightly different interpretation of how important he is, he's still important, like to them too. So it's by no means Islamifying Jesus to acknowledge like that he's respected by other religions. Like, again, it just shows you how influential like the guy was. So and again, I don't want it to make it seem right like I'm picking on one religion, because every religion has questionable things in it. Like Christianity justifies slavery in the Old and in the New Testament. Islam, like when you look at the story behind Muhammad's life, you can definitely ask questions about why he married what seemed to be a very young underage girl. And when you look at the Talmud, which is what a lot of Jewish people read today, there's also verses in there that some people could walk away with the interpretation that suggests it's okay to have sex with a baby under 3 years old because it can't remember things that happened at that age. So there are crazy things in every religion. And I think, we should be able to speak as a society about what each of these books say and really start diving into the commonality between them and allowing it to unify us and recognizing that all of them have really crazy things in them. And let's talk about the crazy parts a little bit more.
Yeah. And one more thought on this Jesus statue. If you guys are having conversations with your friends, family, and colleagues, and you got anybody that thinks that Rabbi Shmuley is making any sort of sense at all, ask them this question. What do you suppose, once that soldier's reprimanded and the Jesus statue, as they said, they're going to replace it, everything's going to be great, who gets the benefit of that Jesus statue? Because the family of that home has been exiled and the land's been taken. So what are you replacing the statue for? Who gets to have it when the people living there are either already dead or they've been exiled? They're not actually allowed back. Do you think that plays a role in this? Or do you think the only thing that needs to be made up for is the actual replacement of the statue and slapping the guy on the wrist? Because that seems to be like, why even bother? Why bother replacing the statue if the people that you just exiled won't even be able to be there? Isn't that some sort of like problem for you? That's what I would ask. I don't know how anybody gets out of it. I mean, just that's a starting point. I'd say that it doesn't really make any sense, right? That's all.
It's PR, man. It'll be up for a couple of days so they can take some pictures with it to show you they built it back up afterwards. Then it'll get torn down.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it for that story, man. Thanks for sticking around on the tech issue there. We got through that and fixed it all up, and we'll have some great segments to put out there, including the Dr. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN segment, which went real well. I'll try to get that one out soon, along with our other ones as well, guys. Jay, thanks again. Do you have anything else coming up? I know you're not gonna be able to be with us on Thursday, but I guess we'll see you. We'll be seeing you next week. Anything else happening you want to tell us about?
Yeah, just looking forward to taking a little break. I'm going to Puerto Rico for a few days. So,
nice.
I got to spend a little time on the beach. So looking forward to checking out, I nearly said new country, but new area, because Puerto Rico is part of America. Don't get confused, guys. So, looking forward to checking out a new place and doing a little exploring. So
in Puerto Rico, I would say stay away from the tourist areas, the fun parts. Leslie and I have been out there, and we kind of got caught up in some of the tourist areas, and it's always good to go off the grid, go on a side street. You have a lot more fun, and it's just better that way, authentic, experiences rather than.
I wish I could say I'm going to do that, but when you have a 10-month-old, it does make moving around like a little bit more complicated. So this is probably going to be a little bit more of like relax on the beach kind of vibe than too much of the exploring and all that. But as the baby gets a little bit older, I'll definitely get back, to the adventurous vacations for sure. But yeah, again, I just want to leave everyone, with the fact that we brought a lot of positivity today, guys. I know a lot of times, the show is pointing out all the negative stuff that's happening, but today was a really good show because you can kind of see some of the good things that are happening in the country. So get inspired, get out there, do something, get involved, as locally as possible, and start building up your own community, guys. So, and a good way to consider doing that would be through the We the People Party. So just check out www.wtpnational.com whenever you have a chance, and let's grow a decentralized third party that puts people first and ideologies aside. Can
I plug something really quick? I just got word that Levi, the national chair of WTP, We the People, will be, I don't know the exact time yet, but it seems that tomorrow, Wednesday, he'll be on Garland Nixon show.
Excellent.
Breaking it down with our friend Garland. And I don't know if it's before or after. I'm going on tomorrow also. I'll be on at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see if he's had the conversation yet by then. But you guys just go to Garland Nixon show. You can watch Levi and myself, and we're going to be talking about the good stuff, fighting the fight. But those good people, obviously Levi's awesome, and everybody that's doing We the People with Jay and everybody, good people to know. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Matt. Check it out, guys. You won't be disappointed. Later, Matt.
Awesome. Okay, take care. Jay Scott, everybody. Okay. We have one more segment for you we're going to do right after talking back. We're going to do the Tucker story because that's a good one. It's a good one to end on. But I'm gonna engage. I think it's time we do some talking back with you. We don't have, again, it's Tuesday, so we don't have Leslie today. We're gonna hope to get her on Thursday. Thursday we're going to be doing a what do we call it? It's a birthday episode, birthday show, because it's my birthday. But we did Craig Pasta's birthday last week, so he owes me a favor, a return to do the show with us on my birthday. So we're gonna do that on Thursday. Craig Pasta will be back with us. We have a few more guests we're gonna announce. We haven't announced officially yet. That's Thursday's show, and yeah, it'll be a good one. So today, let me just returning this text. I think we are absolutely ready to talk with you guys now on Talking Back, and we appreciate all the engagement on Rumble and on YouTube. Rumble got going there as we were moving through the show. YouTube starting to get going. Then we had the tech issue right at the end of Dr. Mary Bowden, so that was a little frustrating. But I see you guys are back. Rumble's looking okay. Let's get this out there on YouTube, guys. Get your comments ready. Get your questions. Couple super chats would be awesome. We're gonna try and talk to you guys as much as we can over the next 20 minutes, and then we're going to do the final segment. We're not even going to break. I'm just going to start right now and talk to you guys now. We call this Talking Back. Here we go. What's up, guys? Thanks for being with us today. Today's show, we're calling it Let's Nuke Em All. And that's based on Trump's erratic behavior, and unstable behavior when it comes to this insane war with Iran. Not only do we not have an exit strategy, we don't even seem to have an entrance strategy. That's how bad it is. We have the IDF investigating itself when it comes to all of the chaos in Lebanon. Not all the people they're murdering, not all the houses they're stealing, not all the kitchens they're cooking their meals in. But a Jesus statue. There's going to be consequences for knocking over a Jesus statue. We saw that. Dr. Mary Talley Bowden was with us. We had a great conversation about her work in Texas, running and winning the spot in her district to represent the precinct locally through the Republican Party, but definitely doing MAHA activism as the precinct chair for Harris County. And we had a lot to go through as far as the letdown of Trump and the MAHA movement and what she can do and what everybody seems to be able to do in lieu of the fact that the people in the national positions, the new CDC chair that was nominated by Trump, doesn't seem to be somebody that checks out. But we were not holding our breath on that at all, just to let you guys know. Not at all. Not at all. We also have the Kash Patel defamation lawsuit he put against the Atlantic. That was a fun one to look at. So with a lot of stuff happening, let's get to you guys right now. I know that we did have some super chats we wanted to get through first here. I'll throw this one up again from earlier. Thank you, Blake, again, calling me courageous and fearless. Really appreciate it and appreciate your super chat. Citizen, you've been doing some great ones here. We put a lot of yours up earlier, but I'm gonna put this one up because we missed this one. I love this. Bleach, anyone? Bueller, good countermeasure, Matt. And of course, you are being facetious. We like that type of humor. Of course, bleach is not the way to go. That's a reference to Trump attempting, I would say, is a nice way to say it, attempting to do a little tip of the hat to Dr. Zelenko, who gave him ivermectin, gave him hydroxychloroquine. Well, actually, it was hydroxychloroquine. That's specifically what the bleach reference is from. A lot of people don't know this, but Trump didn't tell people to drink bleach. He told them there's this thing I can't mention. It's called hydroxychloroquine, and it works. It kind of cleans you out. It's a cleaning thing. It acts as a cleaning device, and the press ran with it and said he told people to drink bleach. But that's not really the story. The story isn't whether or not Trump told you to drink bleach. He never did. The real story, however, is what? That he didn't go with the hydroxychloroquine. He couldn't just effing say it. That's the story. And that's been the consistent pattern of his administration, basically giving an FU to MAHA from the beginning. Dr. Robert Malone told us this, that there was an actual memo that went out that said to RFK Jr. and his staff, do not do anything with mRNA or the vax. It is off limits. Go do other things. Go do your red 40 dye. Go do your autism kick. Go do your Tylenol deal. Go do your whatever else, but do not touch mRNA. We have to keep that protected because pharma is our friends. That's how it goes. So, by the way, the phosphates in the food, we're doing that, baby. Hell yeah. We got Monsanto. We got Bayer. They're the same company now. Did you guys know that? Did you know Bayer bought Monsanto? Did you know that? Drugs and food working together to poison us with what we eat and then issue us our drugs for the rest of our lives for what we get, the disease we get from eating the shitty foods that you poisoned. That's how it works. So the phosphates are going in to our food. Bayer has full impunity from this. They can't be sued. All of that's happening from this administration. It's awesome. We effing love it. No, we don't. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Let's get to some of the stuff you guys had to say. Oh, by the way. Oh, this is what a great lyric. Thank you, Wishigo, for putting this up. This is from IMA. IMA, we would love to have you on the show. If anybody can get a hold of her, we know you've been on with Jimmy Dore, been on with some others. We would love to have IMA on. This is lyrics from her song, Good Citizen. So they killed Charlie. They killed Marley, both the Kennedys and Marilyn. They killed Diana and they killed Jackson. We are their legacy. This is their anthem. Powerful stuff there. Powerful stuff. Thanks for posting this. Wish you go. Really, really appreciate it. And you wonder why would her label drop her for putting these lyrics in her song? That's weird. Why would a label? Who would be running a label, a record label that wouldn't like these lyrics? What is the problem with the lyrics? I think it's pretty badass, but what do I know? I'm not a record producer. I ain't the one calling all the shots. And I don't know what she means by they. Who is they? Anyways, why would the record producers care who they is? Why would they care? What is the problem? Well, they dropped her and she put this out on her own. Go look it up, guys. Good Citizen by IMA. She's got a new one out as well. The new one's even more badass. I mean, this is a great song, Good Citizen. There's another one. I can't remember the name of it. Go check it out. Very cool. Love to have her on the show, man. I'd love to have her on. That would be a great conversation. She's pretty badass. By the way, did you know she was a doctor? She was an MD, or she is an MD. Did you know that? She went from MD to musician during COVID. Really badass. Really badass. Okay. Some more of your guys' comments. Let's see what we got. That's right. Anti-skepticism. That's our biggest problem. Anti-skepticism. I hope they got to put a whole team together to stop us from our anti-skepticism. I think so. Utopians, we need a whole new culture. Agreed. Thank you for that. Oh, I love this one. LT Oracle Truth. Ballroom Blitz. And we know what the ball is referenced to. Very cool. Love it. And great question here. Thank you for this, Sam. How many members of Congress and the Senate are in the Epstein files? I wonder. Donald Duck's mom, thanks for tuning in. Love to have you and your support. Thank you so much. Blake, lots of criminals in this country. They are the criminals, not us. And yes, Dr. Mary's our hero as well. Thank you for that. Oh, of course. Good point. Thank you, Max. Noticing is antiseptic. That's right. That's a line. That's straight from Jake GTV. So be careful. If you start to notice, if you start noticing things, you might be an anti-skeptic, anti-septic, anti-skeptic, whatever the anti is. Stop noticing. Get back to work. Put your head down. Stop asking questions. Come on, guys. Oh, look at that. Shannon Joy had MTG on today. New party has to happen. Oh, that's a great conversation. I'm going to check that out after our show. Shannon Joy with MTG. Very cool. Love it. Love it. Let's see what else we got. Yes, Israel first is American patriotism for the Epstein class. Thanks for that, Huffman. Aviation, appreciate it. I play this one. I put this one up earlier. Kash Patel. That's referencing the drinking problem. Don't sue us, Kash. I didn't say drinking problem into the point. I wasn't saying you have a drinking problem. I was saying that there is a drinking problem because the Atlantic said you had a drinking problem. So now there is an actual problem with the fact that they said drinking problem. So I'm referencing the drinking problem is the defamation lawsuit problem. So I didn't mean, so don't say that don't give us, we don't have $250 million. So please don't sue us. But I said drinking incident problem. Oh wait, I didn't mean to say incident. Okay, now I better just stop. I just better stop. That's just too much. That's just too much. And the brilliant video was the Lego Kash Patel video. You can go back and watch it earlier in our show, or just go on Twitter and just put a search keywords. I think just Kash Lego and it'll come right up for you guys. It's a good one. It's a good one. Let's see. And this is a reference to the Russia story we did with Jay. The West has already overreacted. NATO launched drones into Russia from outside Ukraine. That won't go unanswered. Oh yeah, those drone attacks are insane. I cannot believe, and I said this earlier, I can't believe that Putin has stayed so calm and reserved when he knows exactly what they're doing, trying to kill him several times. It wasn't just once. They've tried to assassinate him several times. And the drones have actually assassinated other political leaders and military leaders in Russia. That's actually happened. What else do we have here? Let's do a few more. Oh, I agree. KLWL corner, Bill Gates, the king of vaccine. I think he thinks he's the king of vaccines as well. Pulling the strings. Funny how COVID and Ebola are related. Yeah, that is funny, isn't it? And of course, thanks for reminding us, Bill Gates was a friend of Epstein. We know that for sure. I'm just putting this out because I like the username. Donald Trump Jesus Christ. Wait, is it Trump is? Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. I think is that a having fun? I think so. It's a beautiful time to be alive. Maybe not. Maybe that's a literal straight-faced delivery on that one, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of smirking on it, but I don't know. Maybe that was a straight-faced delivery. I don't know. What do I know? Hard to tell context sometimes with texting. That's why I hate texting. You guys, the texting, you miss subtlety, you miss context. So you guys have some great comments, but sometimes I miss the subtle nuance, right? That's the word, nuance. We miss nuance with text. So I don't know that last one. I honestly don't know if that is satirical or if it's legit. Hey, great time to be alive. Trump is Jesus. I hope it's the first one. You're gonna have to wait till next week, Citizen, for AI. We did a bunch of AI last week, but Jay will be back next week. We'll do some AI talk. I think next Tuesday we'll do some more AI talk. Oh, thanks, Donald Duck's mom. We had that tech issue, and thanks for saying it sounded good. We didn't actually have the sound problem. We had a freezing on the files problem, so I couldn't move anything on my end. We were kind of just stuck, me and Jay talking to each other. So imagine that. If you guys were watching then, it was literally me and Jay talking to each other, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even end the stream. I couldn't change a file, put a comment up. I couldn't change boxes around. I can't take people in and out. I couldn't even take myself in and out. It was crazy, but we figured it out. So hey, that happens sometimes, right? All right, we'll do like two more. We'll do like two more. Oh, and the reference to the Jesus statue. Maybe it's not Jesus. Maybe it's the zigzag guy. That's a good, good guess. Could be. Oh, I love. Yeah, the stray was open. It was open, then it was closed. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. What is it? I can't keep up, guys. What is it? Is it straight open or is it closed? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Maybe rather than going back and forth from straight to not straight, you should just call yourself what you are. Just buy. It's buy. It's buy, open, close. So that it's just both. You can be both at the same time. Open and close. You go both ways. Why don't we just say that? The straight officially goes both ways. No more. We're not gonna flinch the next time you say it's only one way. Now it's the other, because we know you're just gonna switch. So why don't you just say what you are? You're both. You're come on, straight. Just admit it. You're both. Okay. Done. All right. End of discussion. Yes. One cup. She is the bomb. IMA. We are going to try and set that up for sure. Thank you, Mary Ploppins. Bayer took over Monsanto in June of 2017. Thanks for that historical context. I didn't know that, but I do know that this farm bill is very new, and the farm bill is the thing giving the protection to Bayer as they put the pesticides, more pesticides, into Monsanto food. So there it is. Thanks for giving us a timeline there. But yeah, it's a step process, right? It's a gradual takeover. They don't just do everything at once. They do the acquisition, they get the thing, they get the paperwork, they do their patents, they start to push legislation, they work on their little scientific lab mad scientist shit. They switch out politicians, they buy off media, they fake different. So there's a whole it's a step-by-step process, so you don't see it coming. But thank you for that, Mary Ploppins. I think that should do it for talking back for right now. Any more questions, comments you guys want to throw up there? I'll throw them up at the very end of the show. That should do it for right now. Thank you guys, and we'll keep the conversation going. Okay. Final story of the day. Final story. Tucker Carlson. We'll end on a high note. We call this segment, and I don't have an intro for it yet. I'm working on it. I'm working on the intro, guys. I'm working on it. Let me reposition a little bit here. Hold on. Okay. All right. Last story of the day. We call this segment Apologies Long Overdue. Let's take a look at Tucker Carlson. Now, Tucker, very divisive character these days. Because why? Because he had a recent change of direction, change of career path, as you would say. Fast forward or rewind a little bit, if you guys just so you can remember how it went down. Tucker originally was fired from Fox News just a few years ago for challenging Big Pharma, challenging the Ukraine war at the time. This is before October 7th, but he certainly was doing anti-war commentary on Fox News. He was doing anti-pharma commentary on Fox News, and they had enough, and they got rid of him. That same weekend before he was fired, it was actually just a couple days before, he was on a weekend podcast and said on this podcast that he realized that he was the bad guy for 20 years and he doesn't want to do that anymore. So obviously, that's a good thing. That's an awesome thing. He did that. Since then, he's obviously done a great job in the independent media space. More recently, he's certainly elevated to another level where the guy that he thought, or that he promoted, Donald Trump, he promoted that Donald Trump was challenging these things. Because why? Because that's what Trump ran on. He ran on ending the Ukraine war and challenging Big Pharma, right? Justice for victims, stopping the COVID vax, all this stuff. Those are things that, again, that Tucker, he fought for, and he lost his job at Fox for. So being that he put his support in the ring for Trump, At some point, there was a breaking point. Fast forward to more recently, the breaking point is that Trump is no longer being supported by Tucker, and Trump went to the lengths to call out Tucker and call him all these names, along with others like Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, called them people with low IQ that are only trained to get hits, get clicks, and they all suck, and they're horrible people. But right now, it's pretty clear that that critique is coming directly from the people that run his campaign, and that is the Zionists that run it, right? The Israel. So as soon as Tucker started getting extremely critical of Israel and actually doing journalism, and that's what Tucker does. He does journalism when he goes to the story, when he went to Russia to sit down with Vladimir Putin, that's called doing journalism. He went to Tel Aviv to sit down with Mike Huckabee. That's called doing journalism. These are the reasons why Trump doesn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So, moment of truth. Tucker Carlson has his brother come on his show to have a discussion. And during this discussion, something very interesting happened. What was it? Well, Tucker finally put into words what was very long overdue. Should have happened a few years ago, but this is an apology. And I would have said, actually, he should have done this before the election. But even if it was after the election, this should have at least been a year and a half ago, where he finally apologized to the people that he told to vote for Trump. And he says he was sorry for misleading them. Here it is.
And everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, but the question does present itself immediately. Like,
okay, before we go on to the next part, is that sincere? I'm sorry for misleading people. Sounds sincere. It sounds like that. This seems like an honest moment. We're gonna play a little bit more of this. It goes on for a while, but we're gonna play a little more of this. And then I'm gonna tell you guys a little of my not pessimism, but I'm just cautious. You got to be cautious of what happens next. So let's try and figure out what's gonna happen next, right? Based on what's happening right now and where we've come from. So let's hear just a little more of this.
What is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
Yes.
But it didn't, there are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character. It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the norm actually these days, I
right.
would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot.
Interesting to go this direction. So he's admitting that in this space, whatever you call it, politics, journalism, whatever you call it, in this space, clearly people don't have character. So he's saying, and I actually like this part because he's being very honest about the fact that he's being very clear that he's not saying that just now he realized that Trump doesn't have good character. And if he had said that, that would be a lie, and we would say, dude, you're not that stupid. Obviously, Trump doesn't have good character. So he's saying that the litmus test of the apology doesn't come from whether or not someone has character or not that you support it. He's saying you can have lack of character and I still support you. If your action outweighs your character. Interesting. I don't personally agree with that. I think you can actually, but if I'm supporting a candidate, it's hard to say, knowing what we know now about politics and how things actually work. It's hard to say that if you apply principle of that good character is important, and you won't actually put your name on anyone that doesn't have good character. You're not going to be putting your name on pretty much anyone. So what he's explaining here is, in order to use the leverage he has and put your name on, he's saying, I'm not saying that Trump didn't have that character. He's saying, I thought that his actions would outweigh that, and I was wrong. And then he implicates himself and says, I know my own actions will sometimes outweigh my bad character as well, which is a kind of a humbling thing to say, I have to say. Shocking, to be honest. I'm shocked when you break this down. He's being more authentic to admit that this is not really about a gauge of character. It's a gauge of character put against action, and the action is going in the wrong direction, in the way wrong direction, and the character bringing the character down with it, right? So the action and character are both just going like this. That's what he's saying. So again, more authentic than just saying, hey, I just realized the guy wasn't a good person. And that would be a lie if he said that. So this is more truthful.
I don't have especially high character, right? But you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Great question.
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was it that and Ryan Ruth, I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but have we ever gotten to the bottom of that?
I haven't talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top.
I don't know if Tucker got this one right. Maybe he needs a little more time with it. It's not about the investigations being stymied. It's not what was that? Yes, you have the patsies that, were killed, or the guy was killed, and you have these people that were actually killed, but you are definitely looking at an inside job, false flag that Trump was probably in on. I don't know if Tucker's gone that deep with it yet, but it's good to bring it up and say, what the hell was that? What if it was legit, then where's the follow-up? Why is there nothing? Why is no one talking about it? So it's good to add that into the equation. What the hell's going on, right? Was this the plan the whole time? And third question, do they think we're that stupid not to notice at this point? And why? And also, hey, dude, you know what? Sorry that I let everybody down. Sorry that I misled you. Sorry that it took me this long to say it. I think that's maybe the effing one that's missing. Sorry it took me this long. And I opened this segment with that notion that in a perfect world, you'd have Tucker telling his base this. I'd say before the election would be perfect. But even if it was right, even if it was on the day, the first week or the first month, would be better than this. That would be better than this. But this is still something very authentic and very real. So let's hear a little more.
People who actually would have the power to get to the bottom of it.
And the motive.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Very much. So the enormous amount of money he got from Miriam Adelson now seems suspect to a lot of people at the time.
Now, what do you mean now? Now seems suspect. It wasn't suspect before. Now it does. Okay. All right. Fine. Whatever. To each his own. Take all the time you need, but eventually you get there. Okay.
Time, but there's a lot of money in politics. To run for president requires an enormous. I mean, Cackling Camel Toe went through $2 billion in 4 months. So,
wasn't it enough when he was bragging about how great it is that Miriam can come and go from the White House anytime she wanted? Wasn't that months ago? He did that he's done that on 2 different occasions at 2 different billionaire balls, and I think the first one was a year ago. I think it was a year ago at least. And then the second one was like 6 months ago or something like that. So he's done this at least twice. So, okay, now it looks weird that he's gloating about the way the way bribing people works when they're running for office, and the way the people that give you the money can do whatever they want. And then specifically saying that Miriam Allison loves Israel and puts Israel first. He said that. So connect the dots, man. Why is it April of 2026? And you're like, well, now that Miriam thing is looking a little, So Tucker Carlson's brother, they do look like they have a good camaraderie together. They have a good relationship. Again, it's good to have this discussion, but why does it take so long? Why did it take so long?
Sure, there's an argument to be made that you get money from those who will give it to you. It's just the nature of that game. But it's still reprehensible, and it's still a big question mark. Why would someone who has obvious and demonstrated allegiance to a foreign power give Donald Trump $250 million while he's running for president? I mean, how is that defensible? It's really not. If Russia had given a PAC for Trump, if the mayor of Moscow had somehow, assembled an enormous amount of.
All right. If anybody else, we get it. Okay. Well, we're done. Okay. So these are obvious breakdowns. But any other country besides Israel giving money is going to be a problem. That one is fine for some reason. So we know all this, right? This is not a new information. But again, it's good that they're having this discussion and saying it out loud. It's literally saying, Tucker Carlson is telling us, I am sorry for misleading the voters. I am sorry. And that alone, as late as it is, and we call this segment apologies long overdue, it certainly is long overdue. But I have to say, we're going to do the apology gauge right out of Gladiator. We do this each time. Okay, here we go. Is Tucker Carlson's apology to the MAGA voter, is it sincere? Yes or no? Yes, it's sincere. Is it long overdue? Oh, hell yeah, it's long overdue. That's probably the worst part of the whole thing, how long overdue it is. But you know what? Better late than never. Okay. All right, we're going to wrap it up, guys. Thanks for sticking it out with us. If you guys tuned in late, we don't there's no such thing as late here, because we're on all afternoon, and you guys can always go back and watch us on replay. You can watch the segments when we upload them to our YouTube channel, to our Rumble channel. I want to thank, and this is just so you know, THL Presents on YouTube. That's the way to go, guys. The channel's it's amazing that we have the activity on it that we do, because it is our backup channel. Our first one's gone. The Homeless Left on YouTube is gone. It's non-existent. So we are happy about that, but it is still a little weird, the ups and downs on it. So we're just going to keep on trucking along and hope that that by showing up, which is what we do here, we show up, and we show up for you. We show up for people who can't show up. We show up for people who aren't ready to show up, and we set a precedent. We set a standard, and we keep that standard however we can, by any means necessary. And that standard is good communication, trustworthiness, accountability, courage, all those things. And we try and inspire others, influence others. We've been inspired and influenced by others. We like to continue doing that to others out there that maybe also want to get in this space or need that type of push to say, this is worth it. This is something that we are making a difference. We are doing something important here. We are holding people accountable that otherwise wouldn't be. They got away with so much for so long. And we are mad as hell and aren't going to take it anymore, to quote Network from the 70s. We are mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore. We are doing something that if we didn't do it, we can't just say, oh, well, someone else will. We have to pick it up. We have to do it. We have to hold people's feet to the fire and hold them accountable for the way they have behaved and the way they have pitted us against each other and the way they have hoarded all the wealth and the way they have lied and cheated and steal and kidnapped and raped and abused and tormented and killed our children, and other people around the planet, going around raping, pillaging, stealing, justifying, manipulating, hoarding, pitting people against each other, buying up all the industries, buying up the media, buying up the politicians, buying up the narrative in Hollywood, buying up the narrative in the education system, buying up the churches, buying up the banks. We're sick of it. We're sick of it. We have the right for free speech that we will defend to the death. The First Amendment we will defend to the bitter end. That's the freedom, not just of speech. It's the freedom of religion, by the way. It's the freedom of press. It's the freedom and the right to protest. Some say the right for press is the fourth pillar of government, that without it, the other three go wild. And with a fake leg, that leg that's supposed to hold up that table of the other three legs, they don't tell you in school, that fourth leg, if that leg is defective on purpose, the whole table is going to fall, and that'll be by design, and we're not going to let that table fall. We will be that fourth pillar, the pillar of the press, to hold the rest accountable and have some sort of functioning system here somehow. But we have to keep the line of communication. We have to keep the punching going up, holding people accountable. That's what press is supposed to do. If they won't do it, we will. And we know you guys will keep spreading the word and keep going out there and having these conversations, because that's what the press is supposed to be. It's communication. It's free speech. It's engagement. It's debate. It's using critical thinking skills. It's mobilizing and putting into action the things that we deserve, putting it into action, defending what's right, defending justice, defending truth. These are the things that we can do. We are not going to wait for someone else to do it for us. We're going to do it ourselves. That's what we are about. Thank you guys so much. The Homeless Left will be back next week. We'll be back on Thursday, birthday show. I wanted to thank Dr. Mary TALLEY BOWDEN and Jay Scott for the show today. And we'll look forward to having Craig Pasta on with us on Thursday, birthday show. And before that, you guys can check out me on with Garland Nixon tomorrow. Garland Nixon show at 2 p.m. Eastern. That's 11 a.m. Pacific. And I know that Levi from We the People will also be on with Garland tomorrow. We'll find out what time that is, and you can watch that as well. And then we'll see you back here on Thursday. I'm going to leave you with this. And we want to start promoting people that do some good work on Twitter and other pages like TikTok, which we just don't go on TikTok, but Twitter, it gets shared out here. So this, what we're going to leave you with is a little, it's an emo song. If you guys know emo music, it's pretty fun. It's a little, I don't know if this person, it's Jesus Freaking Congress. So let me put up the Twitter. You go check her out. I guess the name is Jesus Freaking Congress. This is a fun little video where if you thought Trump's Iran war rants were unhinged, well, try listening to them in this context as a full emo song. I'm sure she used AI for this, but either way, it's fun. Enjoy it. I got to fix the background here. Okay. Have fun with this one. Go ahead and follow Jesus Freaking Congress. There's some good content here. And we will see you guys on Thursday. Until then, remember to always go out in the world with the same components that we need each time, and that is with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, the Homeless Left. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
Operation Epic Fury.
It's only good if you win. And we won in the first hour. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Iran is charging seas to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be in, and if they are, they better stop now. The leadership is dead. The Strait of Hormuz will soon be open. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. No more westernized guns. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done. We're fighting wars we can't take care of. Daycare. Anyone sick of winning yet?